and see kind of what we've got. The other thing as well is there's a pretty big story today in regards to Seth Rollins. So I thought we would just go straight into looking at that because I feel like that's going to be brought up in conversation. So we might as well do this preview, have a look at that Seth news, just quickly touch on it, and then get into the community, right? So let's have a look at this preview. That's how we always like to start these streams. So here you can see that we have got John Cena and Cody Rhodes are going to be face-to-face for their SummerSlam contract signing. So we've got a SummerSlam contract signing, which I'm sure is going to go without any problems whatsoever. Then we've got Stephanie taking on Alba Fire of the Secret Service. We got Fraxium versus Motor City versus Andrade and Rey Fenix versus DIY. That is a number one contenders fatal four-way match. So I'm guessing the winners will face for the titles at SummerSlam. Hopefully, I mean, it is a 2-day SummerSlam. Hopefully, this is a match that makes it to SummerSlam. So I've got to think, I don't know who wins that. I really don't know who wins that. I feel like perhaps it's going to be a screwy finish because I sort of feel like Fraxium are a very exciting team and I would not be down on seeing them against the Wyatt Six. Motor City, I think, are probably least likely. They're obviously a very experienced team, but I think there's probably a bit more buzz around, say, Andrade and Rey Fenix, because they've only just been put together and their matches have been so good. Andrade and Rey Fenix as a team have been so good that, they could go Andrade, Rey Fenix. But then you've got DIY, who have got probably the biggest story with the Wyatt Six. So it makes it difficult, really. I don't quite know how they're going to play this. It kind of feels like a multi-team match is kind of what we need. So we'll have to wait and see. I wonder if there'll be a screw finish. Or I wonder if we get a winner and they fight for the belts next week and it's got nothing to do with SummerSlam. So have we got a little bit more info on that match, by the way? What have they told us? Following the Wyatt Six Tag Team Championship win over the Street Profits, Fraxium, Motor City, Andrade, Rey Fenix, DIY will square off in a number one contenders match. Who will win to challenge the title hold? It just doesn't give us any info. I think if the winners were going to fight at SummerSlam, it would probably say, wouldn't it? It would probably say winners fight at SummerSlam. This one doesn't have that information, so I'm thinking it's probably not SummerSlam connected. Then we've got Jacob Fatu returns to SmackDown, and we have got Charlotte Flair going one-on-one with Raquel Rodriguez. That could actually be a really good match. And don't forget, SmackDown is 2 hours now, not 3 hours. Praise be. I think that it's better being 2. So should be nice and tight, and everything should not outstay its welcome. And hopefully we get some fun talking points, backstage moments. Hopefully that segment delivers. So actually going into this with a bit of hope, going into this with, because I mean this is still a Fallout show from the weekend. So, obviously, we had Evolution and we had Saturday night's main event. This is the first SmackDown following that. So, there's going to be people that need to talk about what happened at those shows. And we need to move forward to SummerSlam. And we've got some big segment planned. And we got to do it in 2 hours. Let's go. This could actually be really fun. So I'm going into this quite optimistic. Right, I said we were going to do that little preview, which we've done. And then I said we were going to talk about this news because this story has been viewed over 100,000 times, right? And here is the story, dropped about 7 hours ago or so, right? So according to multiple people, the plan was to do an injury angle with Seth at Saturday night's main event. Have Rollins leave, then he would shockingly return at SummerSlam in the Gunther CM Punk match and would cash the briefcase in, would win the match, and that the idea would be that he and Paul Heyman had outsmarted everyone. Backstage, everyone was told and reacted like Rollins was hurt and that the LA night match was cut short. The ones who knew were very small in number. Everyone was just under the impression it was real. So this is coming from Wrestling Observer Newsletter. I can tell you that Dave Meltzer is trending. And if we actually click on Dave Meltzer, I haven't seen what people are saying. What I have seen is a few people saying he hasn't got a flipping clue what he's on about. He's making this up, blah, blah, blah. Actually, it seems like the reason he's trending is not so much for the Seth thing. It looks like his ratings for AEW have come out. Dave Meltzer made a typo when he rated Omega Okada 6 stars and has posted through it ever since. What has he scored things? Hangman Moxley 5.5 stars. Okada Omega 4 3/4. Tony Mercedes 4 3/4. Three-way tag 4 stars. Swerve Bucks 5. I never heard people saying that was a 5-star match. 5.5. Maybe it was. I never saw it. I heard that the start was slow and, not that great. And it was really when we were getting to these last 3 matches. So for that to get 5.5 stars is not quite in line with the reviews I've read. 2 matches were rated 5 stars, 7 matches 4 stars or more. This from Drainmaker. Perhaps it deserved it. I'm really not sure. If he's voted that, then where's the flipping Evolution ratings? I want to know what he's given Rhea and EO. Evolution ratings. Will that give me a result? Wrestling Observer match ratings 4 3/4 stars for Rhea Ripley, EO Sky. Now, do you know what? Right? Do you know what? This is going to be controversial. I sat here and I said, I just don't know. I don't know if that's a 5-star match. Everyone told me that it was, right? Well, not everyone, but a lot of people told me it was. And I was like, I don't know. When you see a 5-star match, I think you just know. Like, there's no doubt. A 5-star match, there can't be doubt. There can't be any doubt. And when I finished watching Rhea EO, loved Naomi getting involved, loved the Rhea EO match itself, loved it. I mean, for me, that is either 4 3/4 or it is 5 stars, right? So I'm actually not down on that rating. I'm sure there will be people that are. And again, if you compare to AEW and what he has rated AEW, I can understand people kicking off. I'm not doing that. I don't care. I didn't watch AEW, so those ratings might be fair. I have no idea. I can only judge off what I watched, and what I watched was Evolution. Now, I would say that Evolution got a lot of praise. A lot of people enjoyed it, and I would say that's okay. I think it's 4 3/4 or it's 5 stars. I'm all right with that. I think that's okay. I think that Becky, Bayley, Lyra was the second best match, and it was not as good as Rhea and EO. And it's got the second best score, and it's not as good as Rhea and EO. Could it be 4.5? Sure, but I ain't arguing over 1/4 star, right? So that's fine for me. These look low to me. These look low. Three. I mean, like a 3.5 star match, a 3.25 star match. They're just borderline acceptable in my mind. 3.25 stars is like fine. It was all right. But every match you lot said was great in our community. Every match we enjoyed. So I got a real problem with these not being 3 3/4 stars. I think that we are out by like at least half a star on these. I think some of these are even knocking on the door to 4 stars. Maybe not Jordan and JC, and maybe not Trish and Tiffany. I think those 2 matches were widely regarded as being the worst 2. Battle Royal, I got some from it, but I can understand that being, 4 3/4. But I think these 2 matches deserve better. than the ratings they've got. I think all in all, that's a little low, to be honest with you. All in all, I think that's a little bit low. But again, I think the big match, the match that people are going to most care about is going to be that one. And I think people will probably kick off It's Not 5 stars. But for me, honestly, I was really torn between those two. I was sat here and I was like, I don't know. I don't know if it's 4 3/4. I don't know if it's 5. And I tell you, sometimes if I'm in a situation like that, I will think to myself, Dave Meltzer scored Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. The best match I have seen, right? The best WWE match I have seen. My favorite WWE match, right? 4 3/4. So, was Rhea and Io better than that? No, it wasn't. So, in my mind, it's like, well, okay, yeah, it must be 4 3/4 then. So, yeah, I ain't down on that score, to be honest. But he is trending because whenever he puts his ratings out, people have got opinions, and that is what makes the world go round. So there we go. We've got, we've done a lot there, haven't we? We've spoken about a preview. We've spoken about Seth and Roman. Well, Seth mainly. We've spoken about Evolution ratings. We've spoken about AEW All-In ratings. Some of these I am literally seeing for the very first time. That's really interesting, so I'm going to save that to the folder. And there we go. Right, let's get off this page and let's go over here. Autoplay. There we go. I'm going to play that again because the champ, he deserves it. It's Bryn again. There he is. There he is. Short and sweet, but it's Bryn again. I just loaded that up, actually, so it just happened to autoplay. But that was It's Bryn again, who was voted by you guys into the Hall of Fame, the Community Hall of Fame, and many congratulations to It's Bryn again, who sent that little clip through. I haven't had a chance actually to add you to that yet, but I will make that a priority. I will make that a priority and get you added to the video. But there we go, the champ, the Hall of Fame inductee in the house. Very good. It's Bryn again. Many congrats. I don't even know if he's around, actually, but many congratulations to It's Bryn again. Celebrate him. I said, send me a speech. I'll read it out or something. He was like, I'll get you a video. And he sent me that. Which I thought was very good. Right. I saw a couple of super chats. Let's get to those. And then we will get to some of those bulky messages I'm eager to get my teeth into. The Wrestling God, thank you, my friends. Big thank you as well, by the way, to everyone that joined us for the member streams this week. Just as a complete side, but the Wrestling God's become a member. This week, I believe we had more people join us on those streams than ever before. I think Thursday was the new sort of record for the most people that had joined us for like the streams, which is just amazing and incredible, and you know, just a big thank you. So as we said, every week we do 3 extra member streams. That means that across a month we're doing 12 extra streams. And this week, we're actually going to do a watch-along on Wednesday. Haven't quite figured out what the watch-along is yet. I did look yesterday. But unfortunately, if you go to Netflix, there's not everything on there. And actually, I was massively underwhelmed by how little is on Netflix. Like, it is incredible, the amount of stuff that is missing. If you go to Raw, for example, it's just great sway. There's like whole decades of Raw missing. I think it goes from like 2001 to like 2017 or something like this, and there's nothing in between. Like, it's really bad. It's really bad on Netflix. So I wanted to see if they had the Owen Hart tribute Raw, and that's not on there. And I was like, what the flip? So I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge to find really interesting shows that are on Netflix and on Peacock, and we can all enjoy. So that is proving to be a little bit more problematic than I thought, but we'll find some. There's going to be stuff out there. We'll find something. So we will be doing something. I just haven't figured out or found what it is yet, because I was going to try and do a poll of 4 shows, but my first one was the Owen Hart tribute show, and it wasn't on Netflix. And I was like, what the flip? Man, do you know what? We didn't realise how good we had it when we had the network. We just didn't realise. We just didn't. We were spoiled. And then we got flipping shafted as they took it all away from us again. So, yeah, anyway, that by the by. Right, David said, Nana, LA Knight, yeah. David, shout out to you. So, let me get your surname. Dave Walker. I thought it was you, but Dave Walker. Feeling the LA Knight vibes. Nana. I wonder what is in store for him. We've had some conversations about LA Knight recently that I've really enjoyed. Just sort of talking about where is he? Where can he get to? How are WWE viewing him? And, we've really got stuck into that as a topic. It's been really good. Really enjoyed throwing a few thoughts around. And I think what's really struck me is just how much support there is for LA Knight, still in the community. If you think that his support has sort of settled down or died down a little bit or, reduced, maybe a little bit, but still plenty of people that are going to bat for LA Knight, hoping that he can find his way to the mountaintop, hoping that he can get that world title. What I would say about him, though, is what I said the other day, which is I think he needs to get away from the WWE Championship, get over to the World Heavyweight Championship, because I don't think he stands a chance of getting the WWE Championship. He's got to get himself over onto the same brand as the World Heavyweight Championship. If he doesn't do that, then I don't know. If I'm LA Knight and the draft happens and I'm on the same brand as the WWE Championship, I'm basically being told that I'm not going to get a world title, right? I'm not getting a world title run at the moment. If I go over to the World Heavyweight Championship, I'm being told there's a chance, yeah? I think really that's how I view it now. If you're a bit of a mid-card talent, if you're a Sami Zayn, if you're an LA Knight, if you're a Solo Sikoa, right? If you're someone that's kind of in that sort of mid-card, upper mid-card, you've not had a world title yet, I don't think your first belt is going to be the WWE Championship. I think your first world title is going to be the World Heavyweight Championship. If when this draft happens, you are not on that brand, I just don't think you're getting a run with that belt over the next 12 months. So, it would actually make more sense if do you know what I would do? I would put the World Heavyweight Championship on SmackDown. I would move loads of upper mid-card talent to SmackDown. Like, all that talent, like your Damian Priests, your Finn Balor's, your Sami Zayn's, your Solo Sikoa's, your LA Knights, right? All these people that are upper mid-card, either most won't have won a world title, or maybe like Finn Balor had one for 24 hours, or Damian, who had a little run with one the other year, yeah? But I don't think people view him as a main event star, yeah? I would move all of that kind of talent to SmackDown, and I would just have this mass flipping scramble as they're all battling each other, trying to get their hands on that World Heavyweight Championship. I think that could be really interesting. And then that would mean that Raw would be your Punks, your Codys, your Seths, your Romans. It would be that level. Of course, you've got to have a few over there as well to flesh the roster out. I'm not saying you can move all of them to SmackDown. You're going to need a mid-card on Raw. But, I would really look at trying to get my big names, my Randy Ortons and everyone, over onto Raw. Get all of that upper mid-card talent on SmackDown. Give them room to just go crazy. Just, really go at each other. We could have some really interesting matchups with some world titles on the line. And let's see if we can build some stars. Let's see if who kind of emerges out of that pack. I think that could be quite interesting. And LA Knight, I think, should be in that mix. And Dave said, vote for Pedro. Dave, shout out to you, buds. Vote for Pedro. I haven't heard that in ages. That's from Napoleon Dynamite, isn't it? That was such a cultural phenomenon. Like, that's the kind of thing you would walk into Hot Topic and there'd be vote for Pedro shirts everywhere and Napoleon Dynamite shirts everywhere. I wonder if there's a film that's had that kind of impact in, like, you know, the past 5 years or so. I'm not sure. I can't really think of any. I can't really think of a film in the past 5 years. I mean, I suppose Marvel, maybe? Like, maybe? Is there a film that's had that sort of impact, that sort of had that cultural go into Hot Topic and they've got shirts about it kind of a thing? Would that be like Superman now? I don't know. I mean, Superman's just Superman, isn't it? The Superman stuff's available 24/7, every day, every day. But, like, I'm thinking more of a film that, you know, there was no merch of before. Like Vote for Pedro, you know? That came out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden merch was absolutely everywhere because the film was huge. Or Superbad stuff as well. I saw lots of McLovin. When Superbad came out, there was, like, loads of bits for that film. I wonder if there's a film that's not like, you know, stuff's available all the time, like for Marvel. If there was a film that came out where, you know, there was merch available and people were going crazy over it. I think people are going crazy over those Lulu Bella dolls or whatever they're called. I don't know what they are. People are going crazy about them, though. I know that. That's the flipping trend. I wouldn't be surprised if you walked into Hot Topic and they had just flipping pictures of them on shirts. Lulu Bell, whatever. You know what I'm on about. Those little furry things. Yeah. So, Dave, shout out to you, my friends. Right, let's get to some of these. Connor said, Daze, you know SummerSlam? Mm-hmm. Do we think we could get Roman versus Braun, or do you think we could get a tag match? Well, it feels we could get either. I have not seen any report as to what we're actually going to get, but we could get either. I think most people are expecting the tag match because it's a way of getting as many people onto the card as possible. Afsalt said, is OTC on the show tonight? I've been in Tanzania for the past month. It's the first time I'm able to watch and I'm so long doing well. Afsal, shout out to you, my friends. OTC is back. Came back on Monday, but not expecting him tonight because he seems to be focused on Heyman, Breaker, Bronson. They're all Raw-based. And he did say other receipts are coming. So, I mean, he could pop up, but word on the street is he's going to be appearing on Raws as we head towards SummerSlam. I don't think he's going to be appearing on Raws and Smackdowns. So, not expecting him tonight. Nitro said, I've genuinely never seen a Marvel film. Same, yeah. I never watched one all the way through. I did put one on a plane. As I was flying to, I think going to America, actually. I can't remember. It was like a Thor or something like that. I got bored. I think it was Thor. And I was like, yeah, this just ain't me. I've never seen Avengers. I've never seen Iron Man. Never seen... Wow. I'm trying to think. It's quicker for me to tell you what I have seen. And that is a little bit of Thor. And... I feel like there is something else I've seen from Marvel, but I can't remember what it is. But yeah, not a world I've ever gone into, which is quite a surprise, really, because I think a lot of people that watch wrestling also enjoy Marvel. They seem to be quite comfortable bedfellows, but it's just never tickled my fancy. When I grew up, I don't know, superhero films just weren't really a thing. I mean, we did have in the kind of 80s, early 90s, Batman and Superman. In the 90s, there was a bit of X-Men, I think, towards the end of that decade. I'm trying to think what there was really, like 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. Like, these are formulative years for me. And I remember things like, you know, the summer of 97 is Titanic. Titanic came out and just flipping, that was it. That was the film of the summer. And like 93 was Jurassic Park. You know, that was it. That was the summer done, mate. Jurassic, but it was all dinosaurs that summer. 97 is Titanic. I think 97 might have had Armageddon as well, you know. Those kind of films, you know. Those kind of big summer blockbuster type films. But they weren't Marvel didn't really, I think, get going until the 2000s with their, you know, cinematic universe. So maybe there was an Incredible Hulk sniffing around at some point in the late 90s, maybe 99 or something, but I don't know, man. It all seemed to start much, much later. So really, for me, as I was growing up, yeah, it's things like Jurassic Park, Independence Day, Armageddon, Titanic, which I know is not, well, it's about a big boat sinking, you know. It is a disaster movie. It's one of the most famous disasters ever. It's definitely a disaster movie. But there is a love story in there as well. So yeah, I don't know. I think if it doesn't grab you when you're young, if you're not in that world when you're a kid, I don't know that it's going to grab you as you get older. I don't think it grabs you as you get older. I'm in the same boat with Harry Potter. I didn't even know about Harry Potter. I'd never heard of Harry Potter. Never even heard of it until like the 4th film came out or something. I have no idea how I managed to live my life without even hearing of it. Didn't even hear of it. Never heard of it. And then I think like the 4th film was coming out, and that was the first time I heard of it. And like the new Harry Potter films, I was like, what's this? What's that? What's this about? No, you haven't heard the book. You haven't read the books. What books? I've never even heard of any books. Well, I've heard of some books, but not them books. So, yeah, it's one of those. And so maybe the same is true of wrestling. If wrestling doesn't grab you when you're young, maybe it never quite grabs you. Perhaps, I don't know. Do people get into wrestling when they're older, but they didn't watch it as a kids? I don't know. I would think people probably do, but I would think they're in the minority, to be honest. Daze, how much would we rate the SummerSlam card so far? It looks good. What title changes do we see? Do we think Cena Cody will be iconic? Says AAA. Let's have a look at it. Because I actually don't know where we are in regards to what's been announced. I think SummerSlam's looking good. I don't know that I'm as crazy about it as your comment, but let's have a look. Should we go for a walk? Should we go for a little walk? So here, look, we got Becky, Lyra. Yeah, that'll be good. Seen it before, but it'll be good. I'm totally down for that match. 2-day SummerSlam. I think if it was a 1-day SummerSlam, I might be like, I've seen that. Time is a little bit precious, you know. Maybe we could have done something a bit more exciting. Maybe it needs to be in a steel cage or something along the Hell in a Cell or something like this, you know. Because I've definitely seen this match a few times before. But it's a 2-day SummerSlam. We've got loads of time. And this match always delivers. So even though I've seen it before, no problem. Then we've got Naomi, Rhea, Io. Yeah, great. Obviously, we saw an amazing match between those two at Evolution. Naomi interrupting. It's just natural progression. Should bang. No problem. Oh, love that match. That's the match I've hoped to see for a long, long time. That's the match that Gunther needs. Gunther doesn't need matches against Jey Uso because Jey Uso is, you know, someone we're trying to build. He's obviously a star and he's someone that's over and he's getting great numbers, but he's also someone that is trying to win his first world championship, right? I'm talking about when we were heading to WrestleMania. So Gunther being in a feud and battling someone who is not a previous world champion, who has not main evented shows on his own, right? Because of him being like a tag guy, Usos, yeah? I mean, it doesn't do much for him. And then to lose to someone like that really doesn't do much for him, right? To tap out to someone like that is horrific, okay? So I think the handling of Gunther, we spoke about that the other day as well, has been very frustrating. But him against Punk, oh, mate, that's the match Gunther should be having. He should be facing Cody, Punk, Randy, Seth. It's those names that Gunther needs to face. It's your Rey Mysterios, right? It's those kind of legendary names that you need to beat. It's a little bit like if you want to be a great sports team and you keep beating the low-level teams. You're not great until you beat your fierce rivals that are also really good, You're not great until you beat whoever the current champs are. You're not great until you beat whoever the franchise team is, right? I'd imagine in NFL, you want to be getting wins against, like, the Patriots, because they've been so successful in recent times. You want to have a win over the Kansas City Chiefs, yeah? These are the kind of teams you want to be beating. If you go and get a win over the Miami Dolphins, who I flipping ain't done anything for decades, does that do much for you? I mean, it gives you a win. But, I don't know, can you really go around claiming that you're amazing if you beat the Miami Dolphins? You could maybe go around saying you're amazing if you beat the flipping Eagles or if you beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Get my point, yeah? So Gunther getting wins against, like, low-level talent, or shouldn't really call Jey a low-level talent, someone that's inexperienced, yeah? Let's put it that way. Low level in regards to achievements in the singles world. Yeah, that's a better way of wording it. Getting like wins over getting a win over Goldberg is okay, but I think everyone sort of knew Goldberg was pretty washed. Everyone knew it was his last match. Everyone knew. I mean, he was limping a bit, and Goldberg even said in his interview with Ariel Helwani, "Listen, I've had a hell of a career. I've earned that limp," and it's like, good for you. You have. You've had loads of matches. Fair play. You're getting on in age a little bit, and you've been training hard for this match. You've earned that limp. I can support that. That's fine. I can support that comment. But I don't know that it does a great deal for Gunther to get a win over someone that is so clearly finished, I think it does a little bit because Goldberg is a name. It does a little. I'm not going to say it doesn't do anything. But, oh, come on, this is a different level, innit? This is a different level. Win over CM Punk. Yeah, man. This is how we start getting Gunther to the WWE Championship. So that's the match that I'm most excited about because I think it does wonders for Gunther, this match. Then we got Randy and Jelly Roll against Drew and Logan, which means all the good things I just said have been erased. Did you hear Randy come out and go, I have never, in all my time, ever seen anyone train on the level of Jelly Roll? No one. I have never seen anyone train as hard as Jelly Roll. He's what's wrestling. Wrestling has been waiting for this, man. Wrestling has been waiting. I feel like wrestling was created not for us to be entertained, but just so that when Jelly Roll was ready, he could move over and dominate the sport. Yeah. We, I think, have finally found our Babe Ruth. That's what we found. We found our Babe Ruth. We found our Michael Jordan. Yeah. So he was really putting him over, saying like how amazing he is with his work ethic and his training, and every single celebrity, with the exception of one, Travis Scott, which we can come to, every celebrity appears to be God's gift to wrestling. Every celebrity. I've heard this time after time after time after time. I'm starting to think that these wrestlers have never actually watched any other wrestlers train. Because the way they make it sound, it's like they're just blown. I mean, it makes me question Randy Orton's work ethic, to be honest. If a celebrity can come in and blow his mind on that scale, but what's Randy doing? Is he just rocking up, picking up a dumbbell, going, well, that's me done? Whew, Jesus, I think I almost sweated. I think I did. Look, I got a little bit of sweat there. Oh, my God. And then Jelly Roll's coming in and actually doing, like, you know, an hour. He's like... In all fairness, credit to Jelly Roll, because he is apparently, you know, from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to sleep, and whilst he's dreaming, just constantly training. I do believe that. But the only thing I would say is, why am I meant to be impressed with that? And why are you meant to be impressed with that? A celebrity is being allowed to have a wrestling match at SummerSlam. The bare minimum, the smallest expectation I have is that they absolutely bust their ass, because they are trying to learn in a few months what takes wrestlers years and years and years and years and years and years and years to learn. They've got a few months to do it. So it's a real hard sell to make me impressed if they're going to be putting in a lot of work, because, well, of course they are. That's what they've signed up for. So, yeah, unfortunately, any goodwill I had there immediately eradicated there. That's a real shame, isn't it? Because I was looking forward to this until we got to that point. But, no, look, it's one of those. I've accepted it. Joking aside, because we like a little bit of bants. I've got a new mantra. I've got a new mindset. It's going to help me going forwards, right? And my mantra and my mindset is going to be this, right? I really don't like Pat, as you know, right? The commentator, yeah? Never liked him, right? You can go back to the very first time he appears in WWE, which I believe was actually on like a kickoff show panel, right? Going all the way back to maybe 2019, 2018. And I found him to be... well, honestly, only there because he was famous. I found him to be quite annoying. I found his takes to be largely irrelevant. I did not find him to be interesting or captivating. I just found him to be a famous person that was there. And I was, you know, thought, well, fine, this will be his only appearance. And for some reason, he's hung around like a bad smell, right? Trying to be a wrestler, trying to be a commentator, being awful at pretty much anything he tries his hand at, right? My new mantra is this. I am allowing myself to moan and complain about him because I really don't like him, right? He lessens my enjoyment of WWE. But I'm going to draw the line there. If he is the worst, if he is the very worst, if he is the top of the mountain, the end of the scale, yeah? If he is like as bad as it gets, well, then I have to rein in my complaints on Jelly Roll, don't I? And I have to rein in my complaints on Logan Paul. I have to rein in my moans and complaints on the other. Not that I have so far, but I'm going to try, right? I'm going to try. I'm going to try and focus and think, well, do you know what? It's been worse. It's been worse. It's been worse. Jelly Roll, he'll come in, he'll do a match. We might not see him again. So it's been worse, isn't it? Imagine if Jelly Roll stuck around for 6-7 years, right? And then tried to be a commentator, right? It's been worse. This is my new mantra. This is the way I'm dealing with it. It has been worse. So, not thrilled about this match, but it's been worse. Tiffany Stratton against Jade Cargill. I find Tiffany to be someone that is learning, putting it together, potential. I think her run has been not brilliant. I think her match at Evolution was one of the weaker matches. It was still better than I was expecting it to be. I think it's hard for Tiffany to sort of lead the dance, and against Trish, who's quite inactive, she had to take a little bit more of that weight I was worried about that, but the match actually came out okay. They purposely kept it quite short, which was definitely the right way forwards. I do worry, as I've said before, though, when she hits some of her moves, she really lays them in. Like, there's a couple of, like, drop kicks, and there was a swanton, and there was, like, a couple of big power-type moves that she hit that were, oh, my God, really, like, I bet Trish feels that tomorrow. Really, like, I will be watching for that next time. I'm going to start watching. I don't mind her kind of really laying stuff in as long as it's safe, as long as it's okay, as long as the other person's, all right. I actually quite like that. Tiffany is someone that I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch that about her, because I think that she probably could just dial it down a couple of notches. She could just take, like, the edge off it. She could just dial it down like 5%, and it would still look amazing, but maybe not quite as, like, oh, Jesus Christ. There's a roughness there that I feel needs to be smoothed a little bit. Just go back, watch a match, you'll see exactly my point. There's moments in that match where it's like, ugh! Like, you're watching the move and it's good. I mean, she lays it in, but I don't know if you couldn't just, smooth off that edge a little bit, But actually, her in-ring is not bad at all. Her in-ring is not bad. You can say that her promos might be a little flat, or that her delivery is not the most compelling, or that her catchphrase is quite repetitive. It's Tiffy time, it's Tiffy time. What time is it? It's Tiffy time, all this. She says it a lot. But, so I definitely think there's work to be done there. But, yes, I think actually when it comes to her in-ring, I think that's much further along. But just let's try and smooth off some of those rough edges a little bit. But she's still learning. She's not long been on the main roster. They've given her a lot of responsibility. They're putting her in really high-profile matches, and you can sort of understand why it's maybe not, as polished as I think it will be in a few years' time. But, oh, God, I feel like we've got a girl here that's learning, developing, improving, prospect for the future, not quite there, needs to round things off, needs to improve with the promos, but also the in-ring, and we're putting her in with Jade Cargill, who is also learning, improving, a little bit limited in the ring. A lot of people think Jade should be in NXT, or should have gone through NXT first. And to be honest, I think the only reason she didn't was because we gave AEW edge. We got Jade Cargill. We lost a massive star. And so we had to make out that we had gained a massive star. And I think that's why we did what we did. I don't think we wanted the perception to be that we had lost in that deal, right? We lost Edge, Adam Copeland at the exact same time. And we needed some way of saying, look what we've got. And I think we just went really big with Jade, because they had to know. We all watched her matches in AEW, for those of us that did. Had to know what you were getting. You had to know you was getting someone that needed work. There wasn't loads of training that she'd received in AEW. And so, her matches were... well, they were there, right? So that match, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, if I was to rate that now, I would say 3 stars at best. 3 stars at best. If they can better that, if they can get that to 3.5, 3 3/4, 4 stars, I mean, amazing. Yeah. That will be really interesting from that perspective for me. And then, of course, John Cena and Cody, the rematch. Yeah. So, actually, am I giddy about this card? Not giddy. Not giddy. I think so far, so good. So far, so good. That match concerns me a little bit because of the inexperience. That match concerns me because I think we all wish Randy and Drew were doing something a bit better than that. That's amazing. That'll be amazing. Seen that before, but I'm okay with it. there's obviously a big story that we're doing with all of this, so that's fine. And that's fine as well. So I'd give it about an 8. 7.75 to 8 for where we are at the moment. Once it's all fleshed out with other matches added, it'll be really interesting to see where we are then. So there we go. Very detailed thoughts about the SummerSlam cards. Kyle, shout out to you, my friend, becoming a supporter on the channel. Appreciate it, buds. Iron Sentinel said, Daze, much love from New Zealand. New Zealand, I'm sending you a kiss from the UK. We love you guys. I love you guys. Although not when we play you at rugby, because that sucks. Because we always lose. But, yeah, New Zealand, shout out to you. So crazy, isn't it? We've got people from all over the world joining us. That is so crazy. But, yeah, amazing. Amazing at the same time. Camden, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Let's see what Camden's got to say. Camden wants to talk about Roman and Jey. So here we go. Daze, with Roman likely teaming with Jey, could we see a possibility of Jey heel turn as a plan B? Jey could take Seth's spot in Seth's group. While he's gone for a while, they could have Jey turn on Roman after the match. I actually really like that. The only thing I would say is I feel like Jey's relationship with the crowd is his biggest strength. I think his promos are fine. They're fine. As a solo guy, I think they're fine. I think part of his biggest problem is that he's always out of gas. Whenever he tries to do his talking, I've had to watch him so many times struggling to get oxygen back into his body after doing such a big entrance. It's clear that is a genuine problem. I don't know if he's been working. It sounds crazy that you have to do extra work on your cardio and your conditioning because your entrance takes so much out of you. That's crazy. That is crazy. And it's also crazy if you think that this is someone that's, trying to fight for world titles and flipping having to do an entrance like that. He's getting absolutely knackered. But I've seen him quite a few times, really, just can't get his breath. Just cannot get the oxygen back into his body in time. But I think other than that, whenever I've seen that, his actual delivery is quite good. I mean, he had a real good bouncing delivery with his brother when they were in the Usos. So I mean, he can cut promos. He can be focused. He's got some aggression. He knows how to punch a line out and actually deliver a promo. So I don't worry too much there. Obviously, when it comes to the in-ring, this is the problem. I think a lot of criticism for Jey is when that bell rings and he's on his own and he's got to carry the whole weight of a match on his own. It's just him and his opponent. We're just not seeing the same level of ability as when he's in a tag team. The thing with tag matches is, hot tags, teamwork. There's loads of, you build up a catalogue of spots. You kind of get used to different rhythms of a match when you're in a tag team because, that you gain that after being on the road and, then losing that because you're now a singles guy. A lot of those spots that a lot of obviously the double team spots that you've got a catalogue of in your brain, a lot of the things that you can do to kind of, win a crowd over or make a big comeback, they don't work in singles matches because you need two people to do it. And so I think there is a real deficiency with him having a catalogue when it comes to wrestling singles matches. I think there is a deficiency of, let's do this now. Let's do this spot. This will be good if I do this here. This will be good if we do this. I think he's still really trying to put that together. And so I think this is a reason why genuinely, and this is not shade, but this is a reason why genuinely his singles matches are not to the same caliber as the Usos tag matches. It's reps, it's repetition, it's experience. It's not really so much to do with his moveset. It's not so much to do with his actual abilities. It's more to do with doing the right things at the right time. You know, you can learn how to play a piano, but that's not going to make you like Elton John, because you got to hit the right notes at the right time. You might know how to play amazing classical music. You might be able to play every Elton John song ever written, right? It ain't that you haven't got the ability. It's just that if you're going to make your own songs, you need to put something together that's going to hit the right sort of rhythms and is going to hit the right sort of tone and is going to, you know, come together. And I think that for me is the same with Jey when it comes to being a singles guy, is that, hey, he's got the moves there. He's absolutely fine when it comes to, can he wrestle? Of course he can. But can he do a singles match where he's really milking the drama, selling, making a big comeback, selecting the right rhythms and like really come in with the right spots at the right moments to really make a match that's compelling and dramatic? And do you know what I mean? Like, and I think he's struggled with those things. I think that's been a struggle, but that comes from experience. It comes from repetition. And I think that's, you know, I think that ultimately, if he keeps doing this as a singles guy, he'll get there, right? But I think that's his weakness. So what's his big strength? What's his big strength right now? It's his presentation, isn't it? It's yeeting. It's the hand gesture. It's the entrance. That's his big strength. That is what basically got him to a World Heavyweight Championship, was when he comes through the crowds and the kids are so excited. You know, that's going to sell merch. That's going to generate support. That is going to come through the TV and it's going to make an impression on a lot of people at home. I don't think people are watching his matches going, that's my guy, right? I don't even know if people are listening to his promos going, that's my guy. But I bet they're watching his entrance, seeing how he interacts with the fans, seeing the whole crowd yeeting away. You know, I bet when the kids are at school, they're doing the hand thing, yeet, you know, and all that sort of stuff. Just like when we were at school, you know, doing the crotch chop for DX. I bet this generation it's the yeet. If you turn him heel, you are taking that away. And that would be my only concern, is that I think when it comes to him being a wrestler, there's work to be done there. When it comes to him doing promos on his own, that's okay. He just gets a bit out of gas sometimes. But I think that's actually improving. So that's not too much of a concern. But his big strength is the connection with the fans. And if you take that away, well, I do think that's a gamble. I do think that's a gamble. But the flip side of that coin is, okay, we're going to do that, but we're going to actually give him Braun and Bronson, right? He's going to lead that group. He's going to have Heyman basically telling us, this was always the guy that we expected to take over from Roman. There was a reason as to why he was called the right-hand man, right? If you've got Heyman kind of bigging him up like that, you've got Braun and Bronson behind him, and you're going to really invest in him and try and tell a story that Jey was always that next guy, right? And it was proven at WrestleMania when he won the world title. It's just that, you know, he, you know, has kind of finally come to his senses and is, you know, now ready to really fulfill the prophecy. He's now really ready to go to that next level, hence why he's turned on Roman. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. There, I think, are pros and there are cons. I think there are concerns. I think some people would say he maybe doesn't have the size, maybe. I don't know how he compares to Seth, but he's not as big as Roman, of course. And, you know, I think when it comes to, like, being one of those kind of really big heels, what is he bringing? You know, Jey as a solo guy is not bringing amazing in-ring when it comes to singles matches. So it's really hard to paint a picture of him being a technician in the ring. I don't think anyone's going to buy that. He's not AJ Styles. He's not Daniel Bryan. He's not Seth Rollins. So we can't say he's a technician. We can't say that he's a powerhouse. He doesn't have the size. So we can't say he's a powerhouse. I mean, maybe we would have to but we can't really make out like he's a genius either. There's not really anything that suggested he's a flipping genius. This is the guy that got drunk and was yeeting at a press conference, you know? This is a guy that enjoys going to, like, you know, Waffle House, whatever. This is not a guy that we've ever made out is signed up to Mensa, right? So I don't think we can say he's a technician. I don't think we can say he's a powerhouse. I don't think we can say he's an in-ring genius that's going to out-strategize. So, how do you present him? How do you present him? How do you make him out to be a threat? As a babyface, it's all about digging deep in it. As a babyface, it's all about, I've got the fans, they believe in me, and you know what? I believe in me now. Yeah, it's all about that digging deep. It's all about that heart. But what is it if you turn him heel? Because he ain't going to have the fans with him. He ain't going to have the fans with him. You don't really hear too many heels saying, I'm digging deep, I'm going to believe in myself. You know? That's a very babyface thing. So I like it in the sense of I feel like there's something there. It would be a swerve. It would be interesting. It would be, you know, until you mentioned it, unexpected. I wouldn't expect them to do it. So, you know, I can see there are pros, but I can see there are cons. And I don't know. I mean, look, if I was in a creative room and someone brought that idea up, this is my rebuttal. That's my comeback. My comeback is his biggest strength is his relationship with the crowd. You're going to take that away. I understand you're going to put him with Heyman and put him in the group, but what's the angle? How are you going to make this guy a threat? Because he ain't a powerhouse, he ain't a technician, and he ain't a mastermind. So how are you going to make him a threat? And that would be what I would throw back out, and then I'd have to see what they kind of come back with. And maybe someone comes back with something really good. Maybe someone comes back with something really good and you go, yep, I'll buy that. Let's go. So there you go, Camden. We've chucked it around. I don't know that we've actually reached a conclusion, but at least we've kind of, I feel like, established what the pros and the cons would be of kind of going in that direction. At Camden, firing in 5 Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate it, my friends. Really appreciate it. I think it's such a kind thing to do, and as we said, having people being able to experience that side of the channel that, you know, maybe can't afford to or have never thought to, or some people don't even have the button to be able to actually do it. I get a lot of people like, how do I do it? And it's like, oh, I don't think it's actually available in all countries. So, yeah, the gifted thing, I think, is so kind. So, Camden, thank you, my friend. Dave Walker, thank you, my friend. Also firing in 5 Wrestling Days gifted memberships. Iron Sentinel, firing in gifted memberships as well. Thank you, my friend. Looks like we've had a gifted membership party as they've been fired in. And Adam, shout out to you as well, my friend. Also becoming a supporter of the channel, which I really do appreciate it. So thank you, my friends. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to the comments, shall we? Trey Way Live said, do we think Seth is going to cash in his Money in the Bank at SummerSlam during the Gunther Punk match? Well, it's confusing, honestly, because we did just read that message, which was doing the rounds today. For those that didn't see, this is news coming from Wrestling Observer newsletter. According to multiple people, the plan, and I'm still in the dark as to whether this is the plan they've executed. The plan was to do an injury angle with Seth on Saturday night's main event, have him leave. He would then return at SummerSlam, doing Gunther Punk, and would cash in the briefcase. So, I mean, what they're suggesting is that there was a plan in place that they've been told by multiple people. The plan was, we're going to do this. We're going to have it look like he's injured. We'll have him go away, and then we'll do the shock cash in, right? Now, my take on it is this. When I first saw the injury, it felt like a work. And there is a reaction clip of me saying I'm teamwork, right? Because it felt like a work. As soon as they actually end the match early, that's when I start having doubt, right? That's when I start having doubt about, oh, hang on, no, this could be real. Because that is, all of a sudden, you are taking us into uncharted water. I think for them to, like, the way the match ended was so good, because it was like, you could tell that he basically had a word. I mean, it felt quite obvious that he basically spoke to Heyman and he spoke to the ref and he was like, we need to wrap this up. I think this is really done, right? I think this is really injured. And then, like, bell rings, LA Knight plants him with a BFT, 1, 2, 3. You know, if that was a real injury, I could see them doing that. I could see Seth saying, look, my leg's gone. Just let him roll me up. I'll take a BFT, have him pin me. Let's just get out of here, right? And so, you know, the way they ended it was so good, it made me go, oh, hang on. Actually, no, there is something about this that feels legit. Then, of course, you know, he's being helped to the back. But, you know, if it was a work, that he would still be helped to the back. So I was like, there was a lot of confusion at that point. Is it a work? Is it a shoot? Is it real? Is it fake? I was also in that boat, confused. My gut reaction was that it was fake. The way the match ended made me think, don't know. Then news came out that it was legit, and news came out that there was concern backstage. He was going to get a scan. And then I think the next day at Evolution, he was seen backstage on crutches. He was there to support Becky, and he was on crutches. And actually, people have brought up in the chat, do we think this could be a work still? And my reaction was, if it is a work, they have really gone all out here, because he's having to live this lie. You know, I mean, he will have had to have gone to that interview that he did the other day on crutches. He's going to have to have gone there on crutches. He was backstage at Evolution on crutches. The fans that spotted him saw him on crutches. There's no reports of him walking around. That means that he is fully going Andy Kaufman on this. If this is a work, he is going above and beyond. This is not just getting injured in the match and then just staying at home but secretly walking around the house, everything's fine. This is him actually having to go to interviews, having to be backstage at Evolution, having to pretend legitimately that he is injured, which, you know, in this day and age is wild, honestly. And it says that the ones who knew were very small. Everyone was under the impression it was real. So it seems like what they're doing is they're kind of working backstage as well, in the sense of they've told a few people, but not everyone knows. And actually, the amount of people that did know, very small in number. So where are we right now? Well, where we are right now is this is the only report that has kind of now put a little bit of doubt back in that this whole thing is actually scripted. I mean, what I can tell you is that during Gunther versus Punk, everyone's now going to watch to see if he is going to come running down with the briefcase to stop CM Punk, right? And I mean, look, from a storyline point of view, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because CM Punk, he has said he will do whatever it takes to stop him from being champion. So could you see Seth run down to prevent that? Well, yes. If he's not injured, yes, this story makes total sense. So what it's done now is I've gone from being teamwork to team confused to team, I think, shoot, I think this is real, to now team confused again. I'm kind of all over the road on this one. Because I think the thing is, if you're going to actually catch people off guard, if you're going to try and actually convince people it's real, you've got to kind of do some stuff that is out of the norm, you know? You've got to do some stuff that's going to make people think it's real. And, you know, him being on crutches all the time, even away from the camera, well, that contributes to the, oh no, this could be real category, yeah? Clearly ending a match moments after having a conversation with the doctor and with Paul Heyman and, you know, basically making it clear that, you know, this match is, you know, irrelevant and, you know, we just need to get out of this. That also, I think, made me and a lot of people go, oh, no, actually, hang on, this could be this could be real, right? So they're having to do some stuff that you just don't normally see. And as a result of that, like, they've done a good job of muddying the water, honestly. And I've said before, and I really do stand by this, it does not bother me about being worked. If this turns out to be a work, if this turns out that this was scripted and we were buying into it, I was buying into it thinking it was real, it genuinely wouldn't bother me. I mean, I lived, I don't know how many years, believing everything I watched was real, right? I believed that wrestling was real when I was young, right? A lot of people did, certainly the kids, right? There wasn't the internet around to kind of ruin it. You could speak to your friends. There might be the odd conversation of, do you think, kind of a thing? But nah. I mean, it looked like he was hitting him. I saw he was hitting him. Yeah, he was punching him. I mean, and didn't you see the blood the other day as well? Or whatever it might be, yeah? No, I've got a videotape where there's a snake and you can see his biting Macho Man, right? He's actually biting him. That's not fake because there's blood that comes down as well. And people are really concerned. And like you can see that Macho Man's just screaming in pain. It's not fake. It's not fake. I'll get the video. I've got the video. I'll get it. So this is why, to me, I'm just not bothered. Because we know that this is scripted as a form of entertainment. So, you know, if they are able in this day and age, 2025, to do anything that can even cast a little bit of doubt in your mind, why not just go fair play? Why not just applaud and go, well done, brilliant? That's the kind of thing I want you to do. I want you to keep me on my toes. I want you to try and catch me out. I want to, you know, not be able to see through everything. People seem to be like, honestly, there's people that are like deathly afraid that they're going to get like caught off guard with this stuff. And I'm like, I'm just not bothered in the slightest. If this honestly turns out to be a work, then well done. I mean, I'll say well done now anyway. Because I think what they've done already to muddy the water has been excellent. So, yeah, really, really good work by them. But we don't know yet. I'm still not 100%. I still don't know if the information Dave's been given is accurate. We know that Dave has been swinging and missing quite a bit in recent times. So, I mean, this could be another flipping swing and miss from Mr. Meltzer, couldn't it? Could be another goof moment. So, we're going to have to wait and see. Jeremy, did you see that Buff Bagwell lost a leg? I did. Yeah, that image all over social media today. Very, very sad. Very sad. I mean, there's not much you can say. Is there? He had a car accident in 2020. There's been complications. He's not been able to kind of move forward from that, and unfortunately, you know, he's ended up losing his leg now, which, you know, lives life changing, isn't it? I mean, that kind of thing. It doesn't matter when it's going to happen to you. Your life is now changed forever. I mean, that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. I mean, of course, dare I say, a little easier to deal with if you are older because your responsibilities may be, you know, less. If you go through that as you're trying to, you know, make it in the world, trying to make some money. I mean, I'd like to think he's made some money. I'd like to think that he's, you know, comfortable. And, you know, his house is paid for, he's got a car and all those kinds of things. So I'd like to think that. I obviously don't know about his financial situation, but it's never easy. That's what it comes down to. There's obviously never a great time where you find yourself in that situation. So thoughts, obviously, with him, and just awful. What else can you say? Truly, truly awful. And that is obviously a life-changing thing, so I just hope that, you know, he can try and find some positivity and, you know, try and find a quality of life that's obviously going to be good for him and everything, because it's just awful. I couldn't believe the pictures as I saw them sort of doing the rounds. Just awful. Matteo, hello, my friends. Daze, have you noticed how WWE doesn't use some of the new and returning talent? For example, Tyler Bate came back on Raw and then he disappeared. Tyra May Steele only a debut match. Yeah, I think Part of it, though, is to do with how big of a star you was before you got injured. I mean, if you're someone that was really over and the fans really cared about you and you was having, like, you know, you were contributing to the show, then, of course, when you return, they're going to want to get you back to that level. And so, of course, they're going to put you in a big spot. They're going to showcase you. I mean, Tyra May still hasn't even got started, has she, down in developmental. But in regards to, like, Tyler Bates, did he ever get started on the main roster? I mean, he had matches, but do you think he moved a needle at all? Do we think that he actually contributed, had a connection with the fans where, you know, him coming back would be a big reaction, would be a big deal? Or I don't think he ever got to that level. I don't think he's reached that level. I think he can reach that level. Yeah, I like Tyler Bate a lot. There is no WWE superstar in the history of that company, going all the way back to the 60s when they started, or even actually if you go back to the 50s when they were Capital, right? There is no star that was born closer to where I was born and raised than Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate came from a town, I think it's like 3 miles away from me, where I was born and raised. He was born and raised in the same area, just, you know, down the road, really. And I will always have that sort of connection with him. He will always have my support, right? Because in many ways, I look at him and I'm like, damn, man. If I was a younger man, if I was 18 rather than 21, I could have been me. Could have done that. He's kind of living a life that I just never would have thought possible. I suppose in a way it's like being born in a small town in America. You know, if you're born in a small town in America, trying to make it to Hollywood, or trying to make it in the music business, or trying to make it to WWE, these just seem like pipe dreams. These just seem like, well, that ain't happening. You know? Not unless you're going to leave that little town and, like, flipping, I don't know where you would live, or how you would live, or how you would get money, or how it would be possible. But certainly as I was growing up, I mean, there was no wrestling schools round by me. There was when I was young, there was no way that I knew how you would ever remotely get to WWE. No way. Not a clue. Now I think the world has changed so much. Because now, I think even if you're a kid, I think you can just go to Google and how do I make it in W? There was no Google when I was a kid. Do you know what I mean? There was no smartphones. There was the internet, but we didn't have access to it. And in order to get a computer that could get onto it, you know, I mean, that was well above the kind of money we had. So, and even when you did get onto it, what information was on there? Google wasn't around. I think Ask Jeeves might have been around. Alta Vista might have been around. Those were like OG search engines. But was Alta Vista still going, by the way? I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna search that. Alta Vista. It was a search engine in '95, and was a search engine 95. It became the most used early search engine, but it lost ground to Google, and it was bought by Yahoo in 2003. Alta Vista 2013, it was shut down for goods. So there we go. Alta Vista, which I always heard was the best of the search engines. I always heard it was meant to be the quickest and all that stuff. Basically fell behind Google, like you would imagine, and was done. Got bought in 2003. But this is not an Alta Vista watch along. So yeah, in regards to like how do you make it, I'd have no idea. But listen, now you can Google it. You know there's tryouts. You could find out when those tryouts are. You could Google where's the closest wrestling school to me. I mean, it's a different world. It's just a different world. This world has changed. It's not the world I grew up in. It's a completely different world. The internet has changed and revolutionized things so much beyond comprehension, really. I mean, we shouldn't do BC and AD. It shouldn't be before Christ and after Dominoes. It should be before the internet and after the internet, because that's the real change. That's the real change. That's when things really changed, before the internet and after the internet. And that was the real change. So that's how I live my life. So I'm living, what am I living in now? I think I'm living in 27 AI after internet. 27, because we got ours in 98. So I'm living 27 AI. And what a ride. What a 27 years it's been. And I'm only 21. So don't ask me how that works. Don't ask me how that works. But yeah, 27 AI. Oh. Yeah, so in regards to Tyler Bates, are you going to make a big deal out of him if he's never really moved a dial or anything? You've got to build him, really. Bring him back, do something with him, build him up. I don't even know where him and Pete have gone, actually. I don't know if there's any injury or if it's just creative. I mean, they don't even pop up backstage. So I'm not sure what the situation is there. Haven't heard anything. Yeah, that's that little tag team of theirs. Well, it should be on Raw, shouldn't it? It should be part, really, of that Raw tag division where you've got Viking Raiders, New Day, Judgment Day. Like, Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne surely should be in that sort of mix, in that sort of conversation. So I'm guessing there must be some sort of injury issue that has maybe slipped my mind, because otherwise they should be in that mix. Right. Daze, it's been reported by WrestleVotes that we could get Solo Jacob in a steel cage at SummerSlam. Deshaun, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, that would be good. That would boost things a little bit more for SummerSlam. But as we said, I think SummerSlam's maybe 7, 7, 5, 8. I think if we add that, we're definitely at the 8. I think the 8 is cemented. Don't mind a good steel cage match, personally. So, and I know that, like, Jacob Solo is someone we've seen before, but hopefully a little bit of blood, yeah? A little bit of blood in there. And people trying to climb in. I mean, I could imagine JC and a few people trying to climb up the cage and, like, Jacob, like, smashing them with something, like maybe a chair, like hitting against the cage and they go flying off and there's blood. I could see that being, like, fun carnage, fun chaos. So I think that would cement my 8 score. Tony said, I never used AOL back then. I can't remember actually I'm trying to think what I used to go to. I mean, we got it in 98. That was the first year we had the internet. And I remember that you would go to it and it would be that beep, it would be all dial up, right? And so you'd wait ages for it to connect, and then it will connect. And then, like, obviously you go, well, where do I go now? You kind of like, what do I do now? So that's why, I mean, Ash Jeeves and Alta Vista were the two that I would probably go to first. And then I don't really remember searching a great deal of stuff. I think, like, you would probably go, I would go to the BBC website, right? Not the cheeky adult one. Not that, no. Yeah. BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, thank you. I would have popped there. I would have gone to the early WWE site, but the thing with these early sites is that there's not going to be tons on there, you know? I mean, you got to remember that, like, storage and everything was, do you know what I mean? It was small. I mean, everything was small. It took so long for pages to load as well. If you had loads of stuff on your page and your page was, like, quite a big page, I mean, you're just making it hard so for people to load it up. So, I mean, pages, well, there weren't, like, tons and tons and tons of stuff on there. There was lots of links. There wouldn't have been loads of pictures. I mean, pictures would flipping come through. Flipping line at a time, you know? I mean, obviously it depended on the computer you had, the connection you had. In 98, we would have had the most basic flipping connection in the world. I actually have no idea what internet speed would have been like then. You know? Kilobytes, probably. Single bytes, I don't know. But, yeah. The thing I remember most from, like, the late 90s is Napster. I seem to recall one of the first things I ever did was get Napster and start downloading music, which is illegal. So, you know, you'd be, like, downloading a track and you'd be looking out the window like, seeing if anyone's there. Wondering if a van was going to pull up, like, close the curtains, turn the light off. I'm downloading Destiny's Child Survivor. Turn the lights off just in case anyone drives by, right? And doing stuff like that in the early days. I really don't remember there being, like... I don't remember spending hours and hours on it. I'd go on for maybe an hour, and you'd go to a couple of websites, and then you'd jump off. But, I mean, that's what it was in the early days. It wasn't like social media. There probably was chat rooms, but, I mean, that would have been alien to me. That wouldn't have meant much to me. I'll tell you what killed computing for me in the late 90s, right? Or exploring the internet. When we bought our computer, there was an offer where you could have 2 free games. 2 free games if you bought this. If you spend over such and such, you got 2 free games. And I remember I was allowed to choose the games. And that was it then, right? I mean, that's it. All of a sudden then, what do I care about? Some slow loading internet, right? Where you don't even know where you really want to go. I mean, there's a whole world of stuff on there, I'm sure. But, like, I was not really motivated to search for it. Instead, you're going to let me play Age of Empires 2? Yeah? You're going to give me that as a free game? And I'm going to be able to play that, am I? Yeah? What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to play Age of Empires 2 because that game is sick, mate. That game is sick. So good. So what happens, right, is you start off with like a couple of little villagers, and you select on them, and they can go and chop wood. They can go and get rock. They can go and get berries, and you have to build up all your supplies. Once you've got so much wood, you can build new buildings. Once you've got so much food, you can get new villagers. Right? And so all of a sudden you're building docks, you're building boats, you're building other buildings. You've got to build a barracks. You need to get metal so that you can build soldiers, because there's other communities that are going to come for you. They're going to come for you, and you better be ready. Yeah, you need a stables. You're going to need horses. Well, if you need horses, you're going to need food. You're going to need metal. You're going to need wood. You're going to need wood to build the stables. You're going to need more villagers, right? Because the more villagers you've got, the more supplies you can get. And you're just growing this community, and you're trying to fight off other communities that are coming, and it is sick. It is so good. The internet can do one, right? It can flipping do one, because the internet ain't nothing compared to Age of Empires 2. Even today's internet is not as good as Age of Empires 2. So that's how I spent my formative years. Not Google searching pornography, thank you. But actually creating little villagers that can go and get supplies so that we can survive any battle that comes our way. Yeah? And then the other game I got was like a football managing game, and I used to love that as well. But it didn't hit the same. But I still loved it. So I have no idea what we were talking about, like from a wrestling point of view. But let's go. That's my love for Age of Empires 2. Octavia said, Daze, Carrie might have to be induced before her due date. Daisy is almost 8 pounds. Carrie is almost out of room for the baby to grow anymore. She's still got 5 weeks to go. Prayers, please. Lisa, absolutely. Prayers, thoughts. It's getting close, though, isn't it? It's getting close, though. So, if that baby is really grown to the point... And listen, docs... Fun fact, there's been lots of pregnancies. Yeah, lots of... I have no doubt them doctors and nurses, they know what they're doing, right? They probably play a game that's just as interesting as Age of Empires 2, but it's all to do with how to, deliver a baby. So, I am sure they are on top of it. They know what they're doing. And they have got a plan in place. So, yes, definitely thoughts with Carrie. Obviously, let us know how that's going. Got to be excited, though. It's getting closer, innit? It's getting closer. Rob said Populous on the Super NES was cool. Never played. I never had a Super NES. Sega boy, weren't I? Sega boy. So I had Master System. That was my first console. And then I had the Mega Drive. And I don't remember what Mega CD after Mega Drive, which sucked. I only had a few games for that, but there was a wrestling game. I think it was Rage in the Cage or something like that. So I had that, and then I think my brother had a Nintendo 64. I don't remember what I had. Oh, GameCube. When did that come along? I definitely had a GameCube. I think I just rode with the Mega Drive for a long time. PlayStation. Yeah. PS1. I definitely had a PS1. So I must have gone Master System, Mega Drive, or as you Americans call it, Genesis. So Master System, Mega Drive, aka Genesis, Mega CD, which was just an add-on and it sucked. Then it must have been the PlayStation. And then I went PlayStation to GameCube. What was I thinking? I liked the GameCube, though. GameCube was good. I won't have any shade on GameCube, but it's not a good follow-up to the PlayStation. You know, I feel like you go PlayStation 2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone died. I didn't do that. My brother had a PS2. I wonder if that's why. My brother had a PS2, so I was like, I don't need it. He's got it. So if I want to play it, I can just play it. So I didn't have a PlayStation 2 because my brother had one. I had a GameCube. And then, get this. I was in America, in Florida, 2005, 2006. I don't know the year. It can be searched. But I was in America, had some spending money because we were there for 2 weeks. So probably had about $1,000, maybe 1,200, something like that, right? In dollars. Or actually, it probably would be more. Actually, I think that was in pounds, so it'd be like 1.5 in dollars, something like that. Around that ballpark. And I was there the week the PlayStation 3 was released. And I remember going into the Virgin Megastores in Disney, Orlando, going in, and they had all these PS3s. And they had them in stock. They had them. And I walked in, and it was like, I was with my mates, and it was like, okay, hear me out. If we don't go to restaurants, and we just buy, like, sandwiches, I could buy a PS3 right now. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, listen. I've got some spending money, right? It will mean that we might not be able to go to all the parks we want to go to. And it might mean we need sandwiches. But hear me out. We could have a PS3 in our room. How about this? And we did it. Flippin' did it. Bought it. Bought a PS3. So my spending money went down like horrifically. Like I'm in Florida and I am poor, right? But I got a PS3. So, and that was before it had come out in the UK. So actually, when I went back, like a week later, I definitely, no doubt in my mind whatsoever, was one of the first people in the UK to have a PS3. No doubt, because it wasn't released. It wasn't out. You couldn't have it. No one had it. I had it, because I was in America when it came out, and it came out in America first. So that's it. That is still my greatest achievement. I will never achieve anything in life better than being one of the first people to have a PlayStation 3. Me? I don't even care about games. And I was one of the first to have a PS3. Psh. I was hungry, though. I didn't have any flipping food. Kader said, I started off with a PS3. I'm a young boy, said Kader. Kader, shout out to you, buds. Leanne said, the only game I was any good at was Gran Turismo on the PS1. What a game. Great series, that, if you're into your racing. I used to be able to tan the arses off any lads. Well, I have heard that about you. Leanne, a lot of people have spoken, and I can confirm that is true. She definitely does do that. So if you are looking for your arse to get tanned, Leanne does an excellent job. Excellent job. I used to tan the arses of any lad. Do you know what, Leanne? I'm just going to leave it there. I'm sure there are other words that you said, but I'm just going to leave it there. I think that's great. And if you are looking to tan your arse, fellas, I can actually give you Leanne's contact details. So there we go. Could be some business coming your way. And it's going to be unwanted. James said, I had an Atari, a Mega Drive, a Nintendo 64, a SNES, a Saturn, PlayStation 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look at James. Look at the flex. Look at the flex. Yeah, I mean, it's so good. And it's crazy now, isn't it? Because now you can get those emulators where you get a lot of these consoles. Obviously not a PlayStation 3, 4, 5. But, your Mega Drives, your 64s and everything. You get them in like a little gaming system about this big. Thousands of games. I've got one upstairs. Little gaming thing about this big. And you just play all the games from the past. And it's like... You know when I said, like, this is a different world? Like, I mean, imagine going to, as a kid, going, in the future, you're going to have every Mega Drive game, every SNES game, you'll have all the Game Boy games, you'll have everything, and it'll fit on a little handheld thing about that big, and there'll just be thousands of games all on there, and it'll just be that big. You'll be like, gee, how much is that going to cost? Jesus! I won't be able to afford that. It'll be about £150, something like that. What? Yeah, man. Crazy. Carl said, I had a Mega Drive, PS1, PSP, PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, and PS4, says Carl. I don't know how we got onto this. James said, I only recently got the PS5. It took 5 years, said James. Well, enjoy it. Obviously, Grand Theft Auto on the way. So my brother has said he is desperate to get a PS5 when that game comes out. He does not care about games, but he also likes Age of Empires, by the way. He got into that game. But yeah, he was like, I've got to play that game. When Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I've got to get that game. I'm sure they'll do bundles where you can get the computer and the game together. He'll probably get one of those. I don't know what the price will be, obviously, but yeah, it's probably quite a wise way of doing it, because I'd imagine the computer will be quite cheap by that point. It will have been out a long time. So hopefully it will be a good bundle deal. Get a PS5 and a Grand Theft Auto 6, if it ever comes out. But yeah, he's only interested in that. I am not interested in it because I already know how much time that game would take. Like, that is going to be... I mean, they've spent so long on that game that, I mean, it's going to be, what do you reckon, 200 hours to complete? And that's probably not with the side quests. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous, isn't it? It's going to be ridiculous. God only knows, to do everything, how much that will clock in at. But, I mean, it's going to be ridiculous. So, I ain't got time for that. I already know. So I'll probably watch a few videos and bits and bobs and kind of whatever. And oh man, I tell you what, some of those streamers that do games though, oh my God, they're going to rake it in. Imagine if you're a top streamer, I don't know who the top streamers are, is it Ninja still or someone that do games, if they switch their content over to Grand Theft Auto 6 and they just do that, oh my God, they're gonna cane it. They're going to be so rich. I love that for them. WrestleLandy said the NBA do a celebrity all-star game every year, the All-Star Weekend. What if WWE did a celebrity battle royal at Mania? Oh, do it. Would that scratch the itch, do you think? Would that get these celebrities involved and out of the way if we just put them in a battle royal and they just go over the top rope, but they get an entrance? You get an entrance. It's at WrestleMania. You get an entrance. You get to be in there and create some fun moments with other celebrities. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah? Would that do it, do you reckon? And then we can stop having them having matches with, taking spots off the card. But instead, a celebrity battle royal, and you never quite know who's going to be in it. So it'd be a surprise, a bit like Rumble. Right, you're just like, right, who's coming down now? Oh my God, Caitlyn Jenner. Things like that, Yes, Wrestling with Andy, please send that to WWE creative team at WWE.com. I have no idea if that's their address, but it probably would be something like that. And maybe you could fix wrestling. Maybe you could fix wrestling, but I love it. Genuinely, I think it's a great show. I think WrestleMania needs a little thing like that, little fun little thing, you know? We don't do the Andre Battle Royal there anymore. We don't do the Money in the Bank ladder match there anymore. So, and we got 2 days. So imagine if every year we do a celebrity battle royal and we keep it a bit of a mystery as to who's in. You can announce a few people in advance. And then, like, you know, you're like, oh my God, look, it's Drake. And, like, Drake comes down. And then, oh my God, it's Kendrick. Oh, mate, this is going to be sick. Oh my God. And then it gets down to Drake and Kendrick as the final 2. Oh, and everyone's going, A minor. Like that. Oh. You tell me that wouldn't get views. Of course it would. I mean, they wouldn't do it, but, you know. I really like the idea. Joe said, I'm going to go to SummerSlam Night 2 at MetLife. I'll send you a video calling you Boomer there as well. I'm in section 126, row 7. It was $388 a ticket. Joe, have an incredible time. Do you know what my mindset about ticket prices has just altered a touch, just a little, right? Just a little. I still firmly believe ticket prices should be as cheap as possible, and I really believe that for the seats more at the back, right? I think front row, I don't care. People that tag me in things like, have you seen how much the front row for SummerSlam is? It's like 17,000. I'm like, good. Make it more expensive. If you're going to sit front row, you have got money. Front row for basketball is flipping Jack Nicholson, right? Like, I don't think you can expect to go front row for WrestleMania or SummerSlam or Royal Rumble. I think people know that is where the money is really made, is in those kind of front rows, ringside seats, right? If people had them before in the past and they could afford them and they can't afford them now, I'm sorry. Like, that, I get it. I understand. Like, that's where they make a lot of money, is on those seats. 100,000? 200,000? Rinse them. I would argue 16, 17,000's not enough. Charge them more. But my counterpoint is the tickets at the back should be $25. You make your money from the front row so that the tickets at the back stay cheap. And families should be able to get into. I've said before, I am more worried about a family of 4, family of 5, parents and kids getting into that room than I am how much someone on the front row has to pay. Make them pay so that the tickets at the back are cheaper, right? That makes sense in my mind, right? Makes total sense. You want to make X amount of money, you make it, but charge the front row. So in regards to, like, ticket prices, I think that, if you go to a place like SummerSlam or WrestleMania, you kind of have to know you're going to pay a bit of money, right? My thoughts about ticket prices just softened a little when I went to Oasis, because they were charging £180 or £150 for standing. And I joined the queue to try and get Oasis tickets. When I got to the front of the queue, they only had these standing tickets that were like $350. And I remember looking at it going, well, that's not them, because the standing ones are like $150 and these are $350. So that must be some special flipping, I don't know, you get to meet the band or something, I don't know. And we dilly-dallied. And by the time we were like, just get them, we got kicked off, basically, right? I think had we have just gone, yes, get them, maybe we would have got them. But because we had this big debate, this big conversation, like, well, that's not them. They're meant to be $150, blah, 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 blah. By the time we selected them, we were back of the queue again, right? So I never got Oasis tickets at first. The only way I was able to go is my brother had a friend who had some going, and that's how we ended up getting the tickets. I didn't actually get them from actually trying, to join the queue. We ended up paying, I think it was $250 for our tickets, which I was thrilled with because I was expecting to pay $150 because that's how much they originally were. When I got to the front of the queue, they had actually gone up to $350, and I dilly-dallied, but I was going to go for it, and we went for it eventually, but we didn't get them. And then I ended up getting them about $250. So, yeah, great. No problems. After being at that gig, and how amazing that gig was. And it really was an amazing gig. I mean, the set list, you could not have asked for anything better. Maybe there was like a song that they didn't do that you would have loved, but it was everything off their first 2 albums. It was absolutely no complaints. All I've seen is like magazines going, it was 5 out of 5. They're back. They're sounding better than ever. Oh my God, so good. I genuinely sat there going, if this had cost me $450, $500, I wouldn't have felt cheated. I wouldn't have felt cheated after the experience that I had. And granted, that was after having an amazing time. You know, of course, then, you know, you're just like, I'm so lucky to have been here. You know, you've got all the kind of news reporters outside. It was the first night of the tour as well. There was a real buzz in the air. There was just so much excitement around. There was so much joy and just people just having it. And it was amazing. It was honestly amazing. It felt like a happening. It felt like something was happening, you know? You know how they talk about Woodstock and all stuff. I'm not saying it's that level, but what I'm saying is that there was just so much excitement, so much, you know, everyone was just arms around each other. There was people in the street drinking beers, singing Oasis song. There was buskers singing with this massive crowd around. There was this buzz, and you're just like, man, if I'd ended up paying $450, $500, I would not be leaving here going, oh my God, I feel cheated. It's like, it made me think about it differently. Like, what I experienced was special. That was special. And I'm okay with it being a higher price. So I think when it comes to ticket prices, maybe we shouldn't look at SummerSlam, WrestleMania as being shows that you just have a right to go to, you know? These shows are special. They only happen once a year. WrestleMania once a year. SummerSlam once a year. They're big shows, but they're special. You know, you're walking around. I'd imagine it'd be similar. Everyone really excited, big smiley faces, you know, once in a lifetime kind of a situation. So I do understand that there has to be a number put on that. And I do understand TKO are going to look for the highest number possible. My concern is always you're pricing out real fans. My concern is that those families where you've got to buy 5 tickets, you know, if they're going to be $200 each and you're buying 5, that's $1,000. That's $1,000. That's $1,000 to get in, let alone get in there. Maybe a hotel, maybe merch, drinks, foods. I mean, it's do you know what I mean? So I sort of feel like front row, go crazy. I mean, honestly, charge them $50,000. I don't give no flips. They don't give no flips. I don't care. I'm not interested. Charge them. As you get further back, I think my mind has sort of changed a little bit in the sense of, yeah, it's special. To go to these things should be special. I experienced something special at Oasis. I paid a number. I would have paid more. It was that good. And I'd like to think that this would be similar. So I think, you know, there, like Joe just said, he spent $388 on a ticket. That's high, isn't it? For a ticket to get in, that's really high. Nearly $400 to get into a show is high. But I actually look at that now and I'm like, I would have paid that for Oasis. I would have paid that. Honestly, I would have paid that. And, you know, for SummerSlam, WrestleMania, if I wasn't streaming, yeah, I'd pay that as well. So I don't know. I don't quite know the point I'm trying to make. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to ticket prices, I don't think it's black and white. I don't think it's as easy as this is but too high, this is bad, or whatever. Like, I think front row should be expensive. I think as you maybe are still on the floor or going into that first seating section, you've probably got to know that it's going to be a number that's going to be maybe more than you want it to be. But it should be special. It should be special. And I think that that feeling of like, no, it should be cheap. I should be able to go to all of the PLEs. I don't think I agree with that. I think that it should be a special occasion for you to be able to go. And if the ticket price is at a point where you maybe can't afford to go to them all anymore, well, sorry. I kind of feel like there has to be a bit of a balance. I mean, they have to cover their costs, of course. And they have to make a bit of money. We all want WWE to make money. But I think there is a line, isn't there? There's a balance. And I think that certainly they have gone over that line. They have gone over that balance in certain places. But I just hope those families can get in. I just hope those kids can get in. I just hope that, you're not pricing out people from being able to go at all. Even if it is at the back, even if it is at the back. I hope that people can find a way of still kind of getting in there. So, yeah, ticket price has obviously been a hot topic. A big subject. TKO definitely have not got them right, and there needs to be constant review on that. Yeah, Joe, I think honestly your 388, I would pay that. And I just hope you have a great time. Considering we are sitting low and we do have a great vantage point, I'm going with friends and their kids. It is worth it. Plus a boomer video, says Joe. Yeah, well, honestly, Joe, just have a great time. I mean, 388, I agree. I don't think that's... it's high. Of course it is. But as you said, where you're sitting and everything, after going through what I went through with Oasis, I really thought, if I bought the 350 ticket... I think the reason why I'm saying this is because I've just been through something similar. If I had got those 350 tickets for standing at Oasis... part of me did wonder if I would stand there and be like, I can't believe how much I've spent on this, Because it's one thing to say the tickets are 150 and then actually you end up paying over double, right? I am the kind of person that would be like, oh, my God, I've spent a bit getting in here, I was only mentally prepared for 150 and now it's 350, Jesus Christ. But actually, no, that's just not how it was at all. When I actually went, I'd paid 250, but if I'd have paid 350, if I'd have paid 450, no problem. Honestly, it was that good. So, yeah, just go, have a great time, and get your money's worth. I think you will, honestly. I mean, as we said, a lot of praise for the card. James said, I've sent you something. Let's have a little look. Let's have a gander. Let's go up. What we got? WWE alters its severance policy. It adopts TKO standards in a move that is a major blow to company morale. TKO. Destroying morale. Let's go. Per PW Insider, WWE's severance policy of 1 month's pay for every year worked is no longer. TKO will now follow a new policy where you get 2 weeks' pay per year. This has hit morale hard, especially with many now handling work across WWE, UFC, PBR, that's the bull riding, isn't it? Unlike before Vince sold the company. So if you're working at head office and you get made redundant, then the pay that you would receive, because there'll be kids watching that don't know how this works, if they say, I'm sorry, but we're having to let you go, your position doesn't exist anymore, right? Because maybe what they've done is they've merged two departments together. So, you had the TKO HR department and you had the WWE HR department. Well, TKO don't need two HR departments. They only need one. So they merge it together. They take the best out of each, create one, and then everyone else that's left over, sorry, your job doesn't exist anymore. And so those people are obviously paid, given some money. Sorry. Got to let you go. But here's some money to make sure you're okay in the short term. And, so it seems like they was getting 1 month's pay for every year they had worked there. Now it's gone down to 2 weeks. That doesn't really surprise me, honestly. I'm not massively shocked or surprised by that or horrified or anything. I think that that's honestly what I would expect from TKO. I would expect them to be like really looking and squeezing, and no one can be shocked by this news. No one can be shocked by this news. We all know what TKO are about now. We all know what they're about. I hope. I suppose in a way, I'm just hopeful that the layoffs are, pretty much done in the sense of a head office point of view, because we've already merged a lot of the departments. So I'm kind of hoping that there's not going to be much more, going forward. You'll probably get the odd person here and there, of course. But I think all the departments have been sort of sorted now. So, yeah, don't know. I don't know who that's going to impact moving forward. So, a change in policy. Dean, shout out to you. Dean said, I've never been to a show. The cheap seats, they aren't cheap. I don't want to pay to see ants. I think part of the experience is viewing, but the WWE prices out a lot of people. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only thing I would say is you got to look at it show by show, haven't you? I understand the ants comment. I do think there is something, though, in if you, I suppose what you're looking for. I mean, for me, I always think back to when I went to my first WWE live event and how special it was. We were not at ringside or on the floor. We were in the stands. We weren't right at the very top, but we were halfway up, right? And so I could see. They weren't the biggest, but I could see. But there is something about, I mean, I think part of your ticket and paying for your ticket is not obviously just seeing what you see in those few hours, but that's obviously an important part. But I think the excitement of counting down to actually go in, I think that's part of what you are purchasing. The anticipation, the excitement, telling people, I'm going to SummerSlam, or I'm going here, I'm going there. Like, you can do that. You can say that because you are going, right? The other thing that you're getting as well is when you actually wake up that day and you travel to that venue and you get to be there. Like I just said with Oasis, for me, one of the things that struck me was the gig, but before the gig, so many people around just hugging and drinking and smiling and celebrating, and just there was a joy, there was an excitement, there was a buzz, the world's media was there. This was the first Oasis gig in 16 years, and like, it was worldwide news, not a top story, but some that would just get mentioned, right? And, people had traveled from all over the world. They were interviewing people from Argentina, from the USA, from Canada, from all over Europe, from Australia. People had traveled to go to that gig. And I think you're buying that as well. You're buying that being a part of something. So that buzz, that excitement, walking around, seeing other wrestling fans, go into the superstore, potentially go into a meet and greet. And, sometimes they do those free at the superstores, and sort of being a part of that buzz. This is why whenever people have asked me what WrestleMania would you want to go back to, I always think about 9, because the thing with 9 was that it was in Las Vegas. WWE was kind of smaller back in 93 than it is now. I think you would have stood a chance of actually seeing wrestlers and people around, right? I think you would see some now, actually, but I think then you really would have stood a chance of bumping into Mean Gene, bumping into Bobby, bumping into Gorilla Monsoon. I think they would have been at the casinos. I think they would have been around. And I think there would have been a buzz. And I think, you would have been there, and yeah, I just think it would have been a really cool time. And I'm not even talking about the show. I mean, the show itself is rubbish. I'll be the first to admit the match quality is not very good at all. But I think actually being around Caesar's Palace, being in Las Vegas, sort of potentially bumping into some of the wrestlers, bumping into some people, being around other wrestling fans, I think your ticket is buying you that as well. And so it's not just that moment you walk in and go to your seat. I feel like there's more to the ticket than just that, you know? For a kids, being able to tell their friends they're going to go to WWE and, you know, being in the car like, are we going to see Jey Uso? Is he going to come down where we're sat? You know, I can understand the kid being like, you know what I mean? Like really excited as they're going. So I get what you're saying about I don't want to see ants. I really do understand that. I think there's more to the ticket than just that aspect, though. And I think that is the concern. That, for me, those tickets, they should be cheap. They should be cheap. You should be able to have everything I've just said, and then you get in, and maybe what you see is clearly not as good as being ringside. But I just ringside, floor seats. I think there has to be a balance, doesn't there? You have to know where your finances are. You have to know where you would be happy to sit. And I think you have to try and find that sweet spot. If you know that being at the back just ain't going to work for you, you're going to have to try and look further forwards. And, you know, that balance is, it's going to be hard. And the other problem you've got is that there is people in the world that do have money. So, you know, TKO can set these high prices, and then there's people that are going to pay that because, I mean, there's bankers in the world that have got kids. If you're a banker or you're a lawyer and you've got kids that want to go to WWE, you ain't worried about the ticket prices, are you? You ain't worried. If you're in finance, you know, or something like this, you're a lawyer, you do law, you're a doctor, you know, then you've got a great salary. You ain't got to worry about flipping ticket prices. And the problem is that, you know, those families with kids that, you know, that they'll pay those ticket prices. So if TKO can sell tickets at that price, the tickets are going to stay at that price. So it's hard, and it's really difficult. I don't know the solution. I think for me, the solution is make sure your tickets at the back are dirt cheap. Get them as cheap as you possibly can so that people can just, if they want to go, they can still get in the room. They can still get in the room. But how do you make them lower ticket prices if the ticket prices they have got at the moment are selling? How are you ever going to get them to lower those? Are you just not, are you? You're not going to be able to get them to lower them. If they set a price and the tickets sell out, I mean, well, that's it. We're all screwed. We're all screwed. There's no way back. There's no way back. So, Dean, I hear you. I wish I had the solution. The only solution I can think is keep those cheaper tickets cheap on purpose, even though you could charge more. What's the point? What's the point? If you could, you know, for those seats at the very back, you know, they're $25, $50. Why charge $100? Why? You'll make an extra, you know, little bit of money. But they don't need to worry about that. They don't need to worry about that. They don't need to, like, rinse every single part of that arena for as much money as they can get. Why not allow there to be a section where you don't try and rinse it for as much money as you absolutely can, right? The people with money are always going to want the best seats, so they're going to move as far forward as their finances will allow. So the tickets at the back, you rich people aren't going to necessarily want those or take those. So keep those cheap to allow people in. But then, as you said, if you're not interested in seeing like ants, which I totally understand, I do really understand. I'm not sure I could find a solution. I don't know that I'd be able to find a fix. Right, anyway, we don't need to find a fix. What we need to do is turn our attention to SmackDown. I've tagged you in something for Unseen. Netflix have released a number for how SmackDown and NXT are doing internationally. SmackDown does 800, 900,000 outside US. NXT does 100, 200,000. That is really interesting. Thank you. I will look at that. Bum, bum, bum. Right, we are underway. Hello, what's going on? We're backstage, and there seems to have been some sort of... What's this? There's been an accident? Cody? Okay, so we've got we've got Solo, we've got Talatonga, we've got lots of drama. Not how we intended to start SmackDown, says Joe. Hey. Claim where there's blame, said Navaldo. Vince sold the art when he left, said Wrestling Creates Entertainment. Now it's just business. For $4 slave-made t-shirt, we will look back and cry, said Wrestling Creates Entertainment. I think TKO... the thing is, though, Vince also was motivated by money. It is wild that there was things he would not do, though. He would not put sponsors in the ring. He had opportunity to do it, but he wouldn't do it. There's Alexa. Okay, here's Charlotte. We might not have won. All right, tag title match at SummerSlam. Is that Kiana James? Is that Kiana in the backgrounds? Wow. I think we might have had a very rare Kiana James spotting in the backgrounds. You can be my cheerleader, but remember, we are still not friends. So we are going over to bow down to the Queen. Yeah, so we just had in the background Kiana James spot in. Alexa said, do I look like a cheerleader? And Charlotte said, well, you kind of do, actually. And that means now that Alexa has come out with some pom-poms for the lols. There we go. We got Pyro going off. Bow down to the Queen. Bow down for the Queen. Right. Opening match. Daze, apparently Kiana had a dart match before SmackDown. Oh, good. I saw she was backstage at Evolution, so it felt like her return was coming. She was backstage with Scarlett, so... There we go. Women's tag match has been made. Raquel versus Charlotte. This is a match we knew we were getting anyway. This one, we didn't know that they were going to make that tag match for SummerSlam. I think Charlotte and Alexa have got a good chance. If they don't win, then I wonder if there will be a betrayal at... SummerSlam. Pom-Poms suggests that Alexa is Flair's cheerleader, like below her. Me no likey, says Leanne. LS Dub, hello, said Charlotte needed a paradigm shift creatively. Just a complete new MO. It feels like this Bliss team has acted like that shift. Thomas said, let's go, let's go. Word of Wrestling said, is Roman scheduled? I've not heard that he's scheduled for tonight. I've not heard anything. But let's see. Hannah said, days after Unseen and breaking news with Triple H and Tony Khan, should we start taking Vince Russo's theories on WWE and AEW working together more seriously now? No, I don't believe so. Those pictures have allegedly been debunked. So, I don't know. People are looking into it as we speak. Brony said Charlotte and Alexa lose at Evolution and they get rewarded a title match at SummerSlam. Can we get an explanation, says Brony. Yes, Charlotte went up to Adam Pearce and said, can I have a match for the titles? And he went, yep. I think what happened is that he was just trying to deal with this accident and he just wanted to get problems out the way. Charlotte coming to him saying, can I have a title match, was a problem. And he was like, just, yes, whatever. I'm dealing with something else. And so that's it. Done. Doink is better than Cena, said that sign in the front row. It was only very small, though. She could have gone bigger with that. She could have gone bigger with that sign. And actually, she's lost confidence and she's took it back down again. There's Charlotte doing a cartwheel. We are seeing the athleticism of the Queen. Not the real Queen, of course. She's dead. Alexa Bliss was a cheerleader before becoming a professional wrestler, said Smurfy Tunes. Thomas said, I wasn't expecting this match to start the night. Hadn't really thought about it. No, probably me neither. To the outside goes Raquel. Charlotte going over the top to the outside. Down on Raquel. As we go to the outside, Charlotte flexing, Roxanne making her way round. Oh, Alexa goes right after Roxanne. Roxanne backs up. Duck underneath there by Charlotte. Oh, lovely. Lovely. I love it when she does that. Misses with the one clothesline, but wallops them with the other. Lawn darts Charlotte into the ring posts. And, yeah, we are well underway. Well underway. Charlotte down as we go to commercial break. Cody K was wrong. He said that Cody Cena was going to open the show. He said the Fatal 4-Way Tag match would be the main event. The first doink was actually good, says Porky Pig. Thomas said, there is no more building yourself up and working up the ladder anymore. It's sad, says Thomas. We need the Cena story to progress, said Word of Wrestling. It's been too much since Rock left. We haven't found anything much out, said Word of Wrestling. Oh, yeah, they've massively abandoned the whole selling of the soul, haven't they? Just massively abandoned that. They've touched on it a couple of times, like, I'm not the one that sold my soul type thing, but it's just been radio silence, hasn't it? I agree. Not good enough. But I think a lot of people have kind of said that about the Cena sort of run. It's had some moments, but as a kind of overall story, I don't think it's been good enough. It's hard, though, isn't it? Because he can only do certain dates. And The Rock can't do any dates, clearly. You know, we haven't seen him since Elimination Chamber. So it's circumstance as well, isn't it? I still think, though, they could have told us the story and fleshed it out. And, you know, what does The Rock get by having Cena sell his soul? Like, what did The Rock get? What's the arrangement? What's the purpose? The other thing as well is John is trying to ruin wrestling, but this is the same wrestling that The Rock is on the board of. So John is trying to ruin something that The Rock has got shares in, that The Rock has got an invested interest in. It's best not to think about it, really. It's best to just go, yeah. Yeah. Because it doesn't really make sense as to why The Rock would be all right with John Cena ruining something that's that he is so invested in. Right now, we've got Charlotte down. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Roman Reigns has 3 bookings, and third booking is SummerSlam, said Zach. Sean said, Zilla dropped Zilla. It doesn't mean he will be there, says Sean. Zilla is heading to Slammiversary, said Opala. Yes, he is. But is it just me that thinks The Rock and Triple H need to step aside? Let some new people take over things. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I sort of feel like with Triple H, the product has not really changed from Vince. There's been changes. We don't have kind of like the silly toilet humor stuff anymore. Matches are, not as throwaway. Under Vince, we would have like the same match again and again and again and again and again until we were like bored of it. Week after week after week after week after week. I feel like, there's definitely things that have been tweaked and changed, but there's not been a massive revolution. If you go back and watch an old show, it's not going to be drastically different than what we get now. But there are things that are different. But in regards to if you brought someone else in, I mean, we could really go down some wild roads. And some of those roads might not be great, might not be to everyone's taste. It's a gamble, isn't it? I think Triple H, to me, is safe, reliable, comfortable, but at times unspectacular. But he is, do you know what I mean? He's safe, comfortable. We're not going out of our comfort zone. Kicks coming in there by Raquel, grabbing Charlotte. Charlotte is down. Raquel has got Charlotte, and she's looking to throw in a shot. As, again, Charlotte is down. Raquel stepping on her, looking to go up, and delivers a bomb onto Charlotte. Charlotte on her feet. Right now, Charlotte grabbing Raquel, and into the corner goes Raquel. Raquel, again, moved over. Charlotte trying to find a way back. Blocking a shot. Big blow coming in. Another big shot there by Charlotte. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. And again. Another one for the road. Keeps throwing in shots. Another one as well. Charlotte backs up, duck underneath, against the rope goes Charlotte, rolling over, clothesline! Down goes Raquel. Charlotte in the ring. Round the back of Raquel. German looking for a kip up, which she gets. She's on her feet. Raquel in the corner. Charlotte going over, grabbing Raquel, looking to hurl her over to the other side. Charlotte goes up, over to the outside. Big boot. Raquel definitely feeling that as Charlotte goes over. Obviously, this match, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just an advert, really, for what's, we're going to get at SummerSlam. Big crossbody there by Charlotte, but Raquel rolls through. She picks Charlotte up. Spinning round, driving Charlotte down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Who would we have replace him if he's trying to make product in a woke cancel culture that's offended easily? Triple H is doing great, says Nightbird Beastman. Well, I don't know who you would ever replace him. I mean, I know a lot of people are really impressed with what Shawn is doing in NXT, but when Vince was booking, people were really impressed with what Triple H was doing in NXT. And I think the truth is, NXT is easier to book. NXT is in the same building all the time. The talent live local. It's just easier to book. It's not like going from show to show to show. You don't have as big a roster. You don't have like all the traveling. And I just think it's easier to kind of put a show together for NXT than it is for the main roster. So I think even if Shawn was to take over from Triple H, I think that it might be a few percentage points better, maybe. I don't know. But I don't think it would be much. Alexa gets involved. Roxanne gets involved. The end result is Charlotte gets the pin on Raquel and secures the victory. So Charlotte gets the win. Here is your winner. Now, we're still a good distance away from SummerSlam. This result isn't going to mean anything at the moment. I think we could get new champs, though. Obviously, if this was a go-home show, we might be a little worried. But it is not. I'm guessing next week we'll probably get Alexa against Roxanne, would be my guess. Daze, do we think Roman got a pop like Stone Cold did back in the day? I don't know. To be honest, I didn't really listen to the pop. I mean, I'd imagine it would be comparable because, you know, people will be... Roman, you know, to see Roman is very exciting in 2025, just as it was to see Stone Cold back in the Attitude Era, so... I can't comment because I was not really paying the pop any attention. What's this? Jacob is a person of interest. These people want to speak to Jacob. He's right here. Look, here he is. Here he is. Found him. Jacob. Here we go. Oh, look. He's already got a San Antonio Spurs shirt on, which is themed. Yeah. I ain't going with you punk-ass police. Jacob doesn't have a great relationship with the police. Well, there we go. They want to have a word with him. He's going off with them. Oh, dear. Switch 2, what's this? $2K25 is on Switch 2. Is it the full version of the game? Matt, with the Switch, it was always like a watered down version of the game. It was never like the full thing. I think they used to call it like a Legacy Edition or something. T14. Well, there we go. And we are at commercial break. Yes. Hello, Austin. Hope you're doing well. I am good. I'm just chilling, says Leanne. Those graphics, says Thika. Fine way to kick off SmackDown, but I'm more interested in what the attempted murder storyline is all about. Well, I think it's that, isn't it? I think Jacob's tried to murder Solo. They missed the opportunity for Jacob to turn full track star. That would have been good if he'd have just legged it and the police were chasing after him. That's 2 breaks in 20 minutes, said Wendy Lucho. Well, Wendy Lucho, welcome to wrestling. You must be new to professional wrestling, but basically how it works is we watch adverts and then occasionally we get to see like a Roman Reigns or a Charlotte or an Alexa or something, and then we go back to the ad breaks. So actually what we've just seen there is what we would expect, really. Commercial break, we get to see a little bit of Charlotte and Alexa, there's some sort of little break, and then we're back to commercial break again. It's how we roll. Ellis Dub said Charlotte's always been an exceptional worker, and the only thing that held her back from contributing week to week in TV matches was that she was a depressing presence. That has completely flipped now. LS Dub, talking of depressing presences, how are you, mate? What's LS Dub, what is it you're up to these days? I would like to know. Are you in education or are you doing something else? LS Dub has been with the channel a long, long time. I've actually had conversations in person with LS Dub. Well, not in person, but through the means of videotapes, through the means of streaming. So, LS Dub, what is it you're up to these days? I don't feel like I see you all that often these days. Could write sometimes, you know, could call. Could pop in on a member stream from time to time, you know, I'm just saying. Brony said, I can reveal LS Dub is my personal maid. Oh, Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that is lovely. That's really cool. And I can see that as well. I could see him like with the little outfit and the little duster and everything. Oh. Right, Wrestling Russ said, my eyes feel like sand. Oh, Wrestling Russ, I hope you're okay. I'm doing good. I'm going to go back to college next month, said Ellis Stubb. Oh, look at him. Still young. Still a youngster. Still going to college. God, when I spoke to you, you must have been at primary school. I spoke to you years ago. You must have been going to elementary school. College now. God, they grow up, don't they, so fast. Thomas said, I heard Bigfoot last night when the cool air came through the area. Hey, kids, have you heard of This House Has People in It? Have you heard about this? So I was doing some research for the boxing last night, and I clicked on YouTube to try and see if I could find a bit of a preview, and a video popped up, and it was like late night TV explained, and I was like, oh, this looks interesting. What's this about? And it's all about really weird late night TV things, and it told me all about this weird 11-minute horror clip show thing called This House Has People in It. Mate, need to watch it. If you like your little horror interesting little thing, it's like 11 minutes long, 12 minutes long. They showed it late at night on TV, and it's good. It's really good. If you're into your Nightbirds and you're into your kind of White Rabbit, like going down a wormhole, there's actually a website connected to the show. And if you work out certain clues, there's over 2 hours or around 2 hours of extra video footage and stuff that's hidden on this website connected to this little 11-minute clip. It's called This House Has People in It. I think it's quite old. I don't think it's new. I don't know when that happened. I don't know when it aired. But that was a little wormhole that went down. I haven't finished it yet. I was watching a show that was explaining it all. We've just got a little video package right now. Jade Cargill and Tiffy. A storm is coming, apparently. There's a storm on the way, kids. That storm is going to arrive in New Jersey at SummerSlam. Jade Cargill takes on Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Strap-On. Right. What are we getting now? We're going back to the arena. Talking about last week with R-Truth, Aleister Black, and Damian Priest. Now, obviously, we saw backstage Aleister laying out Damian Priest. Daze, who do we think will win the match for the women's title? It's a really good question. I think they might go Jade. I don't know that they're going to go with a Jade's not ready yet. Unless Tiffany turns heel in that match and, like, cheats her way. You know, that would be a way of keeping it on Tiffany and Jade being, like, cheated. I don't know. What's this? Who's she? Who's she? If I'm Kalani Jordan, I'm like, who was that girl? Don't get hot on me, says Carmelo. When I catch Alistair's ass, he'll be on his knees praying for forgiveness. Okay, so Damien is just getting into it here with Carmelo. How about me and you go one-on-one tonight? So we're going to get Damien Carmelo. Yeah, be okay. It's crazy. You want to get laid out 2 times back to back. I hope you keep that energy tonight. Well, there we go. I'm more interested where that girl went. That's going to be our next match then. Looks like we're going to get Carmelo against Damian Priest. Opening match you lot said was good 96. Good 96. Now we got Carmelo versus Damian. Right, things Ronda did that LA Knight could never do. Main event WrestleMania, won a Royal Rumble, won at WrestleMania, won a world title. LA Knight is forever mid at best, whilst Ronda is a main eventer, said Austin. Austin, that's quite an outburst. I don't expect these kind of outbursts from you. You strike me as such a lovely young man. There we go. Damien versus Carmelo. Do you think maybe OTC tried to murder Solo, says Leo? Maybe that's the twist, but I don't think so. The reason why I say I don't think so is because I think he was sort of finished with Solo. I don't think Solo's done anything to Roman to warrant Roman going after him. Unless we're just going back to that feud, but... yeah, that might be all right, actually. I would go and see Naked Gun, but I hope the reviews are good. I loved the other ones. David said Mello's about to start coming out to Coldplay. Porky Pig is pleased we're getting a Mellow match. Leanne said, I did a Rhea Ripley cosplay last week. It was so much fun. Felt weird with mega thick eyebrows and having to use concealer to do the one eyebrow split. Oh, yeah, she does have that sort of cut, doesn't she? I've lost the plot, says Leanne. Well, Leanne, I can tell you right now, there's a lot of pervs in this community. As soon as I said that you had done and attempted a Rhea Ripley cosplay, I think about 200 guys in the community fainted. Going, oh, Jesus Christ. Do you remember when they did that Rhea Ripley lookalike thing? Flipping, it was packed. So many people went along to that. And footage came out and it was being shared around. God damn. Rhea Ripley cosplays, they don't miss, do they? They just like Carmella, they just don't miss. So yeah, there was a lot of fainting going on when there was that Rhea Ripley lookalike contest. Hannah said, Daze, speaking of how were university, I can only imagine it was only months ago when you was 21. That's true. And you were still living La Vida Loca. Absolutely. Not that long ago. Very easy to remember. I hated it. It was rubbish. I was not mentally in the right place for it. I think for me, I'd gone to college and I loved college. I loved it. I had a great group of friends. Loved what I was doing. I was having a laugh. I was having fun. Going out. I honestly loved it. It's one of my favorite times of my life was college. The few years I spent at college. And then when university comes along, my group of friends all go to different places and that's it. It's over. The group of friends is done. It ended. And I ended up then having to go to a university really on my own without like that group of friends. And I think I'm all right at making friends. I can make friends quite easily, but I was not back then. No. Back then, no. I still hadn't quite worked it all out. I still hadn't figured it out. I still hadn't found my kind of confidence. I still hadn't quite found who I was. I still hadn't quite... Like, now you can chuck me in a room. I'm just really comfortable. Chuck me in a room, just, you know what I mean? I'm happy with kind of who I am, and I know that I, you know, can talk to people and that I've got something to say. I know that I'm not going to be stuck for conversation. You know, I'm fine. I know who I am. I found myself. I didn't know who I was then. So I went to university and I was on my own, going to lessons that I wasn't connected with. You know, I hadn't made friends. I gave it about a month, I think. I gave it about a month and I just hated it. I probably could have stuck with it and got somewhere with it. I'm sure I would have made friends and, you know, would have got some good times, but nah. I ended up leaving and went to work in a store, and flipping would not have changed that. Loved that then. Found a whole new group of friends and ended up working there for 15 years. And then from there, obviously, that's when the channel started. And that's how I've ended up here. So that's my life, really, in a nutshell. That's everything I've been through. 15 years of working in entertainment retail. Going to university for a month, hating it. Being at college before that. Being at school before that. Here's Carmelo then in the ring. And we have got Damian Priest about to make his way down to the ring. Jadam said, I agree, Daze. College was the best years of my life as well. The only downside is when it's over and it's just downhill from there. I miss it so much. I was actually happy for once, said Jadam. Do you know, Jadam, I heard something the other day that I thought was really interesting. People are nostalgic for the past, not because it was better times, but because they were in a different place. It's them that have changed. It's not so much the times. And I was like, that's interesting. You know, people think about the 90s or the early 2000s as being this magical time. Well, it was magical because you didn't have the responsibilities you have now. You didn't have the concerns that you have now. You was in a different place. There are kids now thinking this is the greatest time. So if you want to try and get back to that, you have to figure out what needs to change. If you want to get back to those times, you can do it. But you got to figure out what's missing. You know, for me, in order to get back to that, I would need to have a group of friends. I would need to go out, you know, spend time with them. We'd need to meet up on a regular basis, go for drinks down the pub, go to gigs, you know, stuff like that. I'd have to find a way of doing that and balancing that with everything we do on the channel now. And that would be hard/impossible. So, but, you know, can you get a bit closer to it? Is there things you can tweak or change that can get you back to the things that you so miss and so loved? Because it's not so much the times have changed. It's more you and your responsibilities and the things you have to worry about now. When I was at college, I didn't have to worry about anything. Now, obviously, you've got, you know, financial pressures and, you know, lots of different bits and bobs that you have to think about. So, yeah, I agree. They say school is your best time, but college for me was my best time. Shots coming in there by Carmelo on Damian. Damian was in the corner. Carmelo jumping Damian. This is going to give Carmelo the early advantage. We're 35 minutes in, and so far the show's been a bit throwaway. It's been okay, but I don't think you missed anything if you haven't seen it. It'll be interesting to see what comes of the car crash and all that stuff. But Kyle said, are you doing UFC tomorrow? Sadly not. The plan was to do it, but no. I have not found the time to do the research. I've managed to do the research for the boxing, so we're good for the boxing, but I have not found the time to do the research to do UFC, unfortunately. So I would love to have done it. I was ready to do it. My plan was to do it. But, yeah, the past, like, 24 hours have not kind of given me the time needed. So, we'll be doing the boxing, though. So, we've got some on Saturday, and we are going to do Slammiversary on Sunday. So, actually, you are going to get wrestling out of me on Sunday as well. I was umming and ahhing about it, and I think the AJ thing has just pushed me over the edge. I was umming and ahhing. I was like, shall I, shan't I? I don't like doing things that I'm not going to commit to. I don't like doing things as like a one-off, because I've no plans to do TNA on a weekly basis. So I was like, don't know. The JC thing is quite big. Trick, not so much. Dark State have been added. But it was when the AJ thing happened. I feel like on Sunday I'm going to be sat here. I'm going to see AJ returning. I'm going to see all the buzz about it. I'm going to feel like I'm missing out. I'm going to have FOMO. Because he's going to come back, but what for? What's the reason? Why is he coming back? What's the purpose? I wonder if Trick's going to retain, and I wonder if AJ comes back and AJ's going to fight for the honor of TNA, and I wonder if we actually get Trick versus AJ, and I wonder if that's the play. But then saying that, is that not WWE versus WWE? Is that what they're doing? I don't know. I'm really interested to find out, actually. I'm sure he'll cut a promo. But why are you there, AJ? What is he going to say? What's he going to say? Yeah. On Sunday, I'd have FOMO. I'd have FOMO. Right now, we've got a commercial break. Tingling said, Daze, I'm 40 next month. Any ideas on what to do? Well, I can tell you that when I get to 40, which is a long way off, I know what I will do, and that is go to a casino. Gonna go to a casino. Go to a casino because it's not somewhere that I've been. So go to a casino and, just have a good night there. Maybe with some friends. It's your 40th, ideally, get a bit of money, get a bit of spending money. Just kind of have a big night out and maybe do something you haven't done before. I don't know how much you're looking to spend or what you're really looking to do. But, I think something along those lines. Do something that's going to be really memorable. Do something that's going to be... I always think, those nights that you've had, I've had some great night outs. I went out one night when I was in Birmingham, saw a band called the Brian Jonestown Massacre. They're not a big band, but there is a documentary about them called Dig. And it's all about them. They're pretty wild. They're a pretty outrageous band, right? They're kind of a bit of a sandwich short of a picnic. And my friend loved that documentary. And we went to see them, and they were supporting someone. And then we bumped into them, after the gig. And they were like, where can we get a drink round here? And we're like, oh my God, we know Birmingham. We'll show you a place. So we went to a bar with the band. And we were drinking with the band, and the band were like, that pub then closed. They're like, where can we go now? It's like, wow, there's this other place. It's open till 2, 3 in the morning. We spent the whole night with the band, drinking with the band. They even said at the end of the night, do you want to come on our tour bus? Come to the next place. We were like, no, we got work tomorrow. We'd love to, but we got work tomorrow. They might have tried to have touched my boobs or something. I don't know. Maybe they were buttering me up for something. Do you know what I mean? I've got a nice ass. So, do you know what I mean? In retrospect, it was probably wise not to go on that bus. But still had an amazing... I remember when they left, turning to my mate going, we just went to a gig to watch a band that you love, and we've ended up spending the night drinking with him. He's like, mate, this is the most wild night of my life. I'm like, me as well. To be honest, we were just chatting with them about music and everything, and just having a really good time. There was nothing that crazy that happened, but it was just the experience. I think if you can sort of create a night, have a night. I mean, not that you're going to be able to do anything like that. That was, the stars align type situation, but just have a good night out. Have a night out that you really remember. Have a night out that you look back on, you're like, mate, my 40th. So good. Went here, went there, never done that before. Blah, 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 blah. Casino, not something I had done. So that's, you know, something I would throw out as a suggestion. But if you're a boomer and you've already reached your 40th birthday, I mean, for me, it's still 19 years away. Yeah, put in the chat what you did. Perhaps Tingling can be inspired. Here's Carmelo. Goes for a kick. So we've just been at commercial break. Damian with Carmelo. Back elbow, duck underneath. Clap comes in around the houses. Down goes Damian. Carmelo off that middle rope. Gets caught. Big shot there by Damian. Big boot to the midsection. Picks him up. He's got him up. Looking for the razor's edge. No joy. No joy. Carmelo gets out the back door. Damian goes into the corner. Carmelo looking to go up top. Damian in the middle of the ring. Rolled through there by Carmelo. Gets caught there by Damian. Whoa! Reversed into double knees. Okay. Okay. Kian said, I played games for my birthday yesterday. Kian, I hope you had a great day, buds. Happy birthday. Oh, big splash. 1, 2. Yeah, I never care about my birthdays. I really don't care about them. They're not something that bother me in the slightest. I've never been big on birthdays, but I think when you have like a special birthday, like, you know, 21 or reaching 40, 40 is kind of seen as like middle of your life. You know, if you can make it to 80, you've done well. Yeah, I think the average age is like 78 for guys, something like that, 77, something like that. If you can get to 80, you've done. That's good, right? So if you've got to 40, it's kind of like midlife crisis. So I feel like 40, 21, maybe 18. You know, these are kind of like big birthdays. I feel like you wanna do something memorable for those. I've told my 18th story before. We went into this pub, like, because we were going to go to some clubs, whatever. Went into this pub, all these old people, room was full, turned around as we walked in, stared at us. Oh, there's Alistair. Ah, Damian gets caught on the top rope, and there we go. Alistair Black interferes. And this match was a completely waste of time. Yeah, we walked into this pub. All these old people turned around and stared at us, me and my mates. Because what they were doing was they were watching, like, old horse races. And they were betting pennies on what horse would win. The room was full. We opened the door. It was completely silent. And it was just all these old peoples with pennies going, staring at us, and we were like, whoa, what's this? What's going on? We've walked in on a cult. What the hell's going on? And when we looked, there was a projection, and it had like 1970s horse races. And what the old folk were doing is they had their pennies, and they were betting pennies on which horse was going to win these old races. We were like, Jesus Christ. That was my 18th. So we stayed, and we played, and we won loads of money. We didn't. We sort of like slowly backed out, went into another part of the pub and had a drink. Ended up going to a club. But my favourite part was just that moment where we're chatting, like, oh, no, open the door. And all these old folk, like, like, what the hell is this? So, you know, if you are getting old, there's lots of things that you can do. You can bet on 1970s horse races. There's Alistair Black. He is walking away after making his presence felt with a black mass. So we're clearly heading to Damian Priest, Alistair Black feuds. Right, coming up tonight, we got Cody Rhodes, John Cena. in a contract signing. That'll be good. That'll be a good segment. What is Cody gonna say? Right, also tonight we got Stephanie against Albafire. That's coming up tonight as well. Not sure if you saw, but AAA are having a Del Rio stipulation where if he loses, he's gone. Is that going to indicate that this might be due to the merger? I don't know. I don't know. I don't follow AAA, so I can't comment. I mean, obviously, if it's if you lose, you go. I mean, if he loses and he ends up going, then my answer, of course, will be yes. Then that may have played a part. But it could just be storyline and, you know. Oh, here's the Wyatts. We're where we belong. Did they? It's great hearing from the other members. All you have to do is follow. Well, it's good that they got to talk, and it's good that they got, like, promo time. I suppose I don't quite understand when they say the Street Profits showed that they're only connected, you know, through their love of gold. I don't really understand that. How did the Street Profits show that? I've made this point before. The Street Profits were together, like, years and years and years without championships. I mean, it's really hard to sort of convince me that the Street Profits are only together because of championships. When, you know, they've been through so much to get to this point. Great hearing from all the members, though. Seems like they don't give a flip what people think about them. Not really too much that was cryptic there, though. But listen, we got a promo from the Wyatt Six. And we got a glimpse as to, like, how they could be delivering their messages going forward. Interesting. Sean, though, is not as kind. He said it's jibber-jabber nonsense. Oh, mate. People aren't going to know, or not too many people are going to know what you mean by jibber-jabber. I know. Jibber-jabber, 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 jibber-jabber. Oh, that was such a wild toy. It was just, I don't even know what it was. It was some sort of, like, little thing that when you rocked its head back and forth, it went jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber. I don't know why. I don't know why. But then you've got these new Lululemon dolls or whatever they're called. And I don't know why they exist either. But they do. There's plenty of things that have existed in the past that I don't know why they've existed. Jibber jabbers, said James. I had a jibber jabber, said Zoom Station. I think it goes in the same folder as a boglin, you know? It's kind of like a creature thing that we probably had back in our youths that served no real purpose. And but they were kind of their time, really. Just like those flipping things now. I want to see them in the ring doing a promo, not pre-recorded. It's sink or swim, said Averted Vision. That's fair. What is a jibber jabber, said Ethan. Well, Ethan, let me see if I can find a jibber jabber. Jibber jabber. Jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber. Here they are, look, mate. That was it. I mean, that was it. Flipping, move it backwards and forwards, and it would go jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jibber jabber. Don't know why. There's a video where you could actually see one being abused. And I don't know when they... is there Jibber Jabber information? When did they... Here we go. Jibber Jabber was a doll in the mid-90s. Came with various colours. The female version, which was called Miss Jibber Jabber, had a pink body. The distinguishing properties was a choking or strangling sound. Huh? Made by the wobbling heads. When they were told about the shaking baby syndrome, the company responded, huh? It's just fun. So it's real. Hang on. So when you did that, it didn't go jibber jabber. What did it do? It made a choking or a strangling sound. Is that true? It made a distinct... Where's that jibber jabber video? Jibber jabber it.
A noise activating thing.
Yeah. Jibber 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 jibber. Well, that's not a choking sound, is it?
Do you?
Yeah, but in all fairness, it's not jibber jabber either. I actually thought it made more of a jibber jabbery sound. This is such a voyage of discovery, honestly. What's that? Violet Ray said, I had this as a kid. I remember trying to describe it to friends. It's a toy that you held by the throat and you strangled. No one knew what I was talking about. They thought it was just a fever dream. This person said, I can't sleep without it. I still have him. He's 23. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at that comment. This person's killed someone. I can't sleep without it. I still have him. 23 years old today. It's 20. I've named him Winky Winky. I've named him Winky Winky. He's 23 today. I've named him Winky Winky. Jesus Christ. We need to call the police. We need to call the police. That person has definitely murdered someone. Definitely. I don't know where they're based, but if there's any unsolved murders around them, it's them. Here's Solo making his way down to the ring. I've named him Winky Winky. Right, Wyatt 6. Speak. Okay, Solo in the ring. Let's get... I honestly thought it went jibber jabber jibber jabber jibber jabber. It's not, is it? Like... It's like that, isn't it? That ain't a choking sound. If someone was choking me, I wouldn't go... Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Okay, there's a few boos. Solo telling the crowd, settle down. Settle down. OTC chants. I think Solo's like, why are they chanting for him? Look at that watch on Talatonga in the background. Bit of bling that, innit? This is a perfect example of who Jacob Fatu really is. Jacob is reckless. All he cares about is his damn self. I gave Jacob the world. I made him successful. I put money in his pocket. Food on the family table. I made him a champion. So he's really going off on Jacob. He betrayed his real family. I should have known. He should have known. Once a criminal. Settle down, settle down, settle down. Look at the emoting. Here we go. Here's Jacob backstage with Jimmy. Come on, man. They got nothing on him. You're not the person of interest? Who is the person of interest? We reviewed the footage. You are not the person of interest. And Jacob is making his way down to the ring. He's coming out. All gas, no brakes. His music goes hard, doesn't it, man? Here's Jacob. There from behind is Jimmy. Jimmy from behind. Tala goes to the outsides. Shots coming in. Solo goes down. Jimmy and Jacob working together. JC. Tonga lower down. Back elbow there by Jacob. Shot coming in. Mackenzie said, I think it might have been Tama Tonga. Well, I don't know who it's going to be, honestly, because, I mean, the plan for SummerSlam, the word on the street is Solo Jacob. So how do you get someone else into this story? Through the ropes, bang! Tala goes over the commentary table. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, look at Tala, though. Look at this. Tala Tonga. Tala coming round. He's managed to get Jimmy and he's managed to get Jacob. Super kick there by Jacob. Super kick there by Jimmy. They're both going together as Tala goes over against the barricades. Right now, reverse. There's Jimmy going into Tala crossbody over the top into the timekeepers area. And back in the ring is Solo. Jacob getting in there, going after Solo. Takes Solo down. Throws in some big shots. Chair coming into the ring there by Jimmy. Solo gets out the ring. Imagine if we get Tala versus Omos, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Oh, back in the ring goes Solo. Super kick coming in there by Jacob. Jacob charging in. Oh, collides. Hip attack there by Jacob. Solo down in the corner. Jacob looking to grab a chair. Crowd making plenty of noise right now as that chair's being put over the head of Solo. Here we go, Jacob backing away. Someone's got to make the save, surely. Surely. Oh, there we go. There it is. JC comes on, makes the save. If Jacob had hit that then with that chair over the neck of Solo, I mean, that would be Solo out for a while. Kick coming in there by Jacob. Solo is pulled out of the ring. Jimmy is going up. People are on their feet right now. Big Jim with a big splash. Jacob! Let's go. Let's go. Jacob in the ring looking over at Solo. We've still got JC and Tongaloa down. Chair shots JC. Oh, mate, that chair shot was so good. He just hit him with the chair, but actually let it go. Tongaloa feeling that. Bang. Okay, here's Adam Pearce to break this up. Let's see how you like it. At SummerSlam. So it's going to be Jacob Solo in a steel cage. Jacob Solo inside a steel cage. What? So what, the police are taking Solo away? So the police have come out, but they're gonna grab Solo. Oh, this is shades of the Mountie from like back in the day. Solo being arrested. What for though? Did he frame Jacob? Is that what we're saying? So is it a case that that accident was sort of set up by Solo to make Jacob look bad? I mean, I'm guessing so if they're arresting Solo. It must be that Solo was the person that was responsible. The end result is that we're going to get Solo versus Jacob in a steel cage at SummerSlam. Steel cage, mate. Right, Bubba Joe said, I asked you this very night when the storyline started. So now I'd like to ask, how do we feel about the Charlotte and Alexa storyline? I think it's fine. I think it's pretty well received. I think that they are a very interesting couple. I think that it's something that has really helped Charlotte. Charlotte, I think, has been very serious, has not had much fun with the crowd, and I think that is something which has been a bit of a barrier. There's not much warmth that people feel towards Charlotte. And so I think that her having a little bit of fun, showing a bit more of a kind of friendlier side to her personality, I think that is really working well for Charlotte. Alexa, she's been away for a while. She's obviously not in the kind of title picture for the world title. So, you know, putting her with Charlotte and kind of leaning a little bit on nostalgia. You know, you look around the women's division now, you got Raquel, you got Roxanne, you got Tiffany, you got Jade. You know, you've got Julia, you got Stephanie, you've got all these new girls that actually, Alexa, Charlotte, them coming from the same generation, that generation being like 10 years old, you know, them being like OGs in many ways, you know, and being together. I think that gives Alexa something as well. So I like it. I mean, I think that it can be a little silly at times, just a little silly, you know, but that's okay. That's fine. It's fine. I think it's just hard to believe that Alexa and Charlotte would be getting on as well as what they're getting on, would be playing around with each other as much as what they are. You know, this is just not the Charlotte that we're used to seeing. So there is a little bit of like kind of getting used to it kind of a thing. But no, it's been really, really well received. Really well received. People are really into it. I think people will be down for the tag match and they'll want to see more. And, you know, Charlotte having a bit of fun, Alexa having a bit of fun. If you think about what they've been through as well, I mean, Charlotte was out for injury for a long, long time. Alexa out for 3 years. I mean, to have them back and having fun, I think is going to be really well received. But yeah, as we said, you know, I could understand if there were people like, this isn't really for me, to be honest. I could understand that. But I don't mind it. Gives them something to do. So, Bubba Joe, shout out to you. And All Game 17 said, I hope you're well. And you. I just got home just for the Wyatts. I think what they're doing is they're possibly going to make them split. Shout out to you. Make who split? Make the Street Profits split. Yeah, you could be right if you're talking about the Street Profits. I think it's a really hard sell to try and convince me, and I'm sure convince some of you, that the Street Profits are only together for titles. Like, they were put together down in NXT, and we've seen them for years and years and years. I think they went 4 years without a title. I mean, it's just really hard to now convince me that it's only they don't care about each other. It's only the belts they care about. I'm like, okay. I mean, I've seen them for years and years and years when they had no belts. So, and they speak about how each other are like, they're like brothers, and like, it's just not the story I would have gone with, because I don't buy it. I don't believe it. But yeah, I mean, you could absolutely be right. This could be that they're saying this because they know where we're going, and actually where we're going is it's going to result in the Street Profits parting ways. And so we're actually basically foreshadowing that. So yeah, maybe we will see the Street Profits split, kind of drift. Not seeing Nikki talk about Candice anymore, or even tease anything with Candice. So I don't know what's happened there. Don't know what that's about. Perhaps we're going to get to it, but we're just not there yet. So that's a little strange. I can tell you that Stephanie has made her way down. We'll be going over to Stephanie next. Right now, we just got a video package just promoting some forthcoming shows that are coming up. They're going to be in Dallas, San Jose, Sacramento, Oklahoma. WWE Live, 11 brand new events. Tickets on sale Friday. And now we are at commercial break. Yeah! Jibber jabber. Wrestlandy said we should have done that jailhouse match at SummerSlam. Bossman Nails had fought Solo and Jacob. They should have paid tribute. They should have gone back and I think it was Mountie, wasn't it? Yeah. A jailhouse match would have been great. I agree. Maka said Stephanie has been moved to SmackDown because Naomi moved over. If that is the case, I think that Stephanie will beat Jade at Clash in Paris for the title. Well, I mean, if that is what they've done and they have moved her over, yeah, I think that's a great swap, to be honest. I think that's a great swap. I think Stephanie being the women's champion on SmackDown would be a lot of fun, honestly. And I'm sure we would end up getting Stephanie Julia because she's over on this brand as well, isn't she? Bishop said, so I agree. I think, yes, I think she could be successful at Clash in Paris. Daze, I wish we did something special with the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner, says Bishop. I agree. I don't even think the winner gets a title shot, do they? I don't think they get anything. It's just a little achievement, but it's an achievement that doesn't really mean a great deal. It doesn't really mean anything. I agree. It just doesn't really mean anything, does it? I would like to see Stephanie with less clothes, just like Rhea She can keep the knee brace on, though, says William. Well, yes, it's good to be safe, of course. As part of Major said, I hate wrestling whilst watching commercials. Gets in the way, doesn't it? Hannah said, Daze, if not Jacob, what if it was you or Tommy were the people of interest that was said in the show? Oh, what if they were coming for us? Yeah, I could believe it being Tommy. I could believe that he would be involved in something like that. I mean, it can't really be me because I'm not in that country. So Tommy would make sense. I'd be very confused. Kian said Stephanie and Nikki versus Chelsea and Piper at SummerSlam. What, is that a rumour, Kian, or is that a match you would like to see? James said Montez is easily a main event talent. That guy has got it all. But the problem is Dawkins. What would happen if they split them? I always thought Dawkins and B-Fab could have been a really fun couple because I think that doing like a mixed tag of B-Fab and Dawkins against Montez and Bianca and actually have Dawkins and B-Fab mocking Montez and Bianca and like, you know, kind of doing a bit of the kind of thing that you would get Miz and Maurice doing, you know? You remember when Miz and Maurice were making fun of Cena and Nikki Bella? If you're going to have Dawkins heel and B-Fab heel, because I think you'd have Montez and Bianca as face, I did think that you might be able to get some mileage out of that. Because, of course, you would do a Montez-Dawkins singles match, but maybe you could make it a bit bigger. Maybe you do that match and then B-Fab gets involved. Dawkins gets the win. That then, of course, brings Bianca into the story. Then you lead to a mixed tag match. Do some fun little creative things where they're mocking them, maybe going around their house, you know, destroying gifts that they've been given, or, you know, perhaps Bianca has handmade something for Dawkins and he's trashing it or something, or I don't know. I feel like there's maybe some stuff you could have done there. Once you got past that, I don't know where we would be with a Dawkins B-Fab sort of partnership, and if that could be a little group that would grow, if someone would work with B-Fab, if someone would work with Dawkins, or I think if he's just completely on his own, just completely out on his own, I agree, he would struggle. He would struggle just completely on his own. He'd be a little bit like Otis, I think. I think that, you know, Otis can have some fun and do some stuff in the ring. I mean, Dawkins, when he makes a hot tag, is fun. Dawkins doesn't look out of his depth on the main roster. He looks fine as a tag guy, but actually on his own, yeah, I think it'd be a challenge, wouldn't it? It'd be a struggle. So I think that you'd have to find something creative for Dawkins to do. I agree. That would just be a thought I would throw out. Maybe he joins a faction. Maybe he joins a new tag team. Perhaps we get the new Street Profits. Perhaps we get Street Profits 2.0. Right. There we go. Steel cage match has been added. Solo. Jacob. Right. Stephanie against Alba is what we've got now. So Stephanie Alba is our next match. I've not seen. We got Piper at ringside. Is Chelsea at ringside? I would wonder if roles were reversed and Fatu was brought up as the Reigns guy, Solo was brought up as Jacobs. I think Fatu would have been bigger, says Hannah. Roll up there by Stephanie and kick out by Alba. Justin said it would be nice if WWE actually used real looking police officers and not just these Halloween costume wearing fools. Dean said, what do we think about the show so far? Skippable. Absolutely skippable. I think outside of the Jacob moment, maybe the Wyatt Six thing, I mean, absolutely skippable. I think this is a show that is just getting a few things done that they feel that they need to get done knowing that really what people are going to talk about after this show is going to be whatever happens in the Cena-Cody segment. We've still got Cena-Cody to come. So Cena, Cody, contract signing, whatever gets said there, that'll be what everyone's talking about after this show. But so far, this has been a very skippable episode in my mind. Devil's Kiss, here we go. Devil's Kiss, bang, bang, bang. Wade Barrett said he could watch that on a loop for hours. Looking for a backslide. Stephanie goes over. Double underhooks, picking up. Alba, bang. 1, 2, 3. Stephanie gets the win. There we go. Squash match. It's not really much reason to rate that, is there? There's not much to rate. Stephanie versus Alba. There's Piper. Piper gets in. I don't think there is Chelsea around. Piper Niven. Dragging Stephanie over to the corner. Piper looking to climb up. Right now, we got Stephanie up. She knocks Piper to the outside. Piper goes down. Piper trying to get back up, but a kick comes in there by Stephanie. Stephanie in the ring looking out at Piper. Piper and Alba, the Secret Service, regroup. And there we go. That should have got more time, said Ellis Dub. Stephanie needs a new finisher. It's so terrible, said Wrestlance. I agree. I flipping hate it. I hate it. It's not exciting. I just don't think it's... I hate it. I think you need a much bigger, showier move. I think it'd be better if Devil's Kiss was a finisher, honestly. I mean, people are so into that. Hey, look, BFAB is actually back with them. She wasn't with them for quite a while. She was in a team with Michin. Last week was good for the Wyatt Six. Here's the thing. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to get those titles back, said Street Profits. Here's DIY. You guys blew it. We always knew you didn't have what it takes. Did you see BFAB laugh then? Tommaso Ciampa was like, if you want to do something, you do it yourself if you want it done right. And BFAB was like, very good, yeah. You want something doing, you do it yourself. Yeah. Right, here we go. DIY making their way down. So we've got the tag match next. Now, this should be good. I'm optimistic that this will be something for us to hang our hat on. Four-way tag match. Johnny, Tommaso, Candice making their way down. I think Dawkins could be better than Ford. Dawkins has comedic quality that might get him over, but booking him well is what does it. And it seems Coldplay have made 2 new singles in people. That was crazy, that Coldplay stuff. There's been quite a few memes doing the rounds today about that Coldplay stuff. It's just getting to set up a match, probably with Nikki and Stephanie against the Secret Harvest, says All Game 17. Leo said, I love how the police essentially turn a blind eye and allow Jacob to go beat someone up. True. Yeah, but they weren't out there right then, was they? I don't think they were out. I could see Dawkins being muscle for Carmelo. Hey, that's not a bad shout. Maybe back up Carmelo. Yeah, the thing about Dawkins, as I said, is, for me, I think him on his own is a concern. I don't know. I don't know that he's got the personality. I don't know that he's big enough. I mean, it might be another solo situation where, you know, he kind of works well in a group, in a team, and then goes off kind of on his own, and it just doesn't hit the same. So actually, him being put with Carmelo as like a bit of muscle, I really don't mind that at all. That's not a bad shout at all. First hour was refreshingly tight and digestible. Charlotte and Raquel was hilariously over with San Antonio. Mello Priest was a sweet little match for most of it, says LS Dub. LS Dub enjoying himself. But why does Kathy Kelly look like Winnie the Pooh? I did not see. Booker barred me from saying that he should beat up a wrestling journalist, but I think it's genius, said Wrestling Creates Entertainment. We should all start referring to Alexa as the miracle worker, because she has seemingly pulled off the impossible. She has gotten the audience to cheer Charlotte like a face, just like WWE wanted, said Sean. Has Dexter spoken the Wyatt 6 promos before? If not, this is the most I've ever heard him speak, aside from the infamous I do. I believe he did speak just before he had a match with The Miz. I seem to remember when Bo was injured, we got a little vignette where Rowan sort of said a few words, and then I think Dexter took over. So, but yeah, very rare. Very, very rare. That's the only other time I can sort of recall him saying anything of note, apart from the infamous I do. Opala said, unreal is such an insult to wrestling. It has to be said. Kayfabe is what they are trying to kill. I think it's dead, but I think it's dead. I think everyone knows. Freddy999 said, what do we think about Usyk prediction for tomorrow? I'm really looking forward to it. I do think Daniel's got a bit of a better chance, because I do think that Usyk has, in the years since their first fight, you know, he's not going to be quicker than he was. He's only going to be slower. He's not going to be sharper than he was. He's only going to be slower. But I don't know that there's any evidence that he has slowed. I think what we can say with confidence is Usyk has not improved. I think at the age of 38, having as many wars as he has had, I think he's, you know, arguably past his peak now. And Daniel Dubois at the age of 27 is, you know, improving, getting better. I mean, he's coming off a win against Anthony Joshua, which is, you know, and it was a finish as well. So I think he's got power. I think if he can get Usyk and catch Usyk, I think he can cause him big problems. I do think Usyk's chin is underrated. There seems to be a belief that because Usyk's moved up from cruiserweight, that if you catch him, you can put him away. But he's been in there with some of the absolute best in the heavyweight division, and no one's put him away. Joshua in 2 matches couldn't do it. Fury in 2 matches couldn't do it. Daniel in 1 match couldn't do it. So I think you've got to say Usyk. You've got to say Usyk wins. He's got to be the pick. He's got to be. I can't give you any reason as to why Usyk does not get the job done. He is the better boxer. And I think the only thing that you can really hang your hat on is, you know, has Usyk got worse and Daniel got better to the point where this could actually be a problem? And we're not going to really know until that bell sounds. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the fight, though. Really looking forward to the fight. Daniel Dubois is someone, he's an English guy. I would love to see him win this fight so that he can have all those belts. Usyk, if he loses, I don't know if he'd want the rematch. Rematch would be huge. I'm guessing he would. If not, then, he might retire. He might walk away. He might think, actually, my skills have diminished. So, yeah, really looking forward to that tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. Here's Phoenix. This is going to be bonkers, isn't it? This is going to be bonkers. We're going to have all the teams getting involved. Phoenix taking Johnny over. It is. It's chaos. Right now, against the ropes, super kicks coming in. And going against the ropes, but they get tripped over. Motor City are in there now. They're going against the ropes. They baseball slide into Johnny and into Tommaso. Motor City through the ropes, land onto DIY. Fatal four-way continues after this break. Yay! Guys, I was watching this and I was like, hang on, I've seen way too much of a show. I've seen way too much. This isn't, I don't like this. We've got to go to commercial break. And thankfully we have. Thankfully we have. Right, back elbow there by Motor City. I'm actually staying with the action. Daze, what's the prediction for 318 unboxing? Fun fact, you've not done UFC unboxing since April. No UFC tomorrow for us. Could not get the research done in time. Boxing, I think it's going to be Usyk, as we were just talking about. I think Usyk gets the job done. I think it's going to be, I don't want to say it's going to be straightforward, because I'd like to think it's going to be a little bit more tricky than that. But, yeah, I think that Usyk gets the job done, as we just said. Kind of broke that match down a little. James said, I've just sent you a clip of Kiana. She's back in the ring. Let's go. Yeah, she did a dark match, didn't she? I think she did a dark match. Spawny Boy said, did they wrestle a minute since the last commercial? I know. Commercials are always kind of brought up and spoken about when it comes to wrestling shows. I don't think we're ever going to escape the commercial conversation. How come there's not a title change at Saturday night's main event? Do you think Goldberg is challenging so many title matches? Do you think Goldberg is challenging so many title matches? Oh, he's retired, and he's done now. He's done. Don't need to worry about Goldberg anymore. There was someone in our community that suggested he go to AEW and have a retirement match, which I thought was a good suggestion. I don't know if the AEW fans would welcome him, but I thought it was a good suggestion. Shoulder barge there by Johnny. Tag being made. In comes Tommaso. What are they chanting? We want tables, is it? Oh, is it we want Ray? I think the crowd might have been... I couldn't hear what they were chanting. It might have been chanting for Ray Phoenix. Ray on the outside, and Andrade tries to get in. Ray tries to get in. Right now we've got Alex Shelley in there, and Tommaso is throwing in some shots. Going for the cover one. Just a one count. And right now we've got Tommaso in there. Forearm shot coming in. Tag being made. In comes Johnny. Johnny in the ring. Tommaso goes into the corner. Here's Johnny. Double knees there by Johnny. Big knee strike coming in there by Tommaso. Going for the cover. This match has settled down a little bit. It was absolute chaos. But settled down a little bit now. Coming back from commercial break. And in the ring, we have got DIY. WWE Tag Team Championship #1 contenders, fatal 4-way match. I wonder if the Street Profits will get involved. James said, did you see a difference in attitude and arrogance with Goldberg and Sting? One has complained about getting cut off for their retirement speech. The other one hasn't. Sting will forever be goated, says James. Did Sting get cut off, though? Was he cut off? Nice suplex by Axiom. I'm not a fan of Andrade, but teaming him with Rey Fenix has really boosted his profile, and the LWO have all but disappeared, said Sean. Gets the ropes, goes Rey Fenix. They're in there now. They're battling away with Fraxium. Through the ropes goes Axiom and Nathan Frazier. So Axiom absolutely chucking his body around at the moment. So is Nathan Frazier grabbing Tommaso Ciampa, chucking him back into the ring. Tag being made. Dr. Lucha said, whatever happened to Pretty Deadly? I think there was a injury. 1, 2, and Andrade comes in. Tommaso getting dragged. You did a watch long for Sting's retirement at Revolution. I can't remember if his speech was... I really can't remember. I remember his last match because I remember the entrance with his kids and his kids being dressed up in different Sting versions. But I can't remember a speech or anything. I believe you. I just don't remember it. I remember the entrance. Here's Andrade looking for a suplex. But Phoenix does look horrible. Is that Chad Gable, said Rich. We was all shizzing on it, said James. I can believe that. Here's Rey Fenix. Bang! Big splash. Going for the cover. 1, 2. And a load of people make the save. Right. I forgot about the LWO, said Dark Angel. They've popped up in Evolve, believe it or not. They've actually appeared in Evolve recently. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. All the teams are in there right now. We've got a contract signing tonight. Andrade on the outside. We got a do-si-do in the ring. United City trying to throw in a shot. Has the ref lost control of this? Because I ain't got a flipping clue who the legal man is, and I very much doubt the ref does. Another kick coming in. Now we got Axiom in there. Do something, ref. Do something. Look, now we got 2 people. He's not even making an attempt to try and bring... order to this chaos. Right now we got Andrade and we've got Rey Fenix. This referee might as well just buy a ticket and sit in the front row. There's just a moment where he went and someone actually makes a tag and he's like, I saw that. I did see that. I saw that. A tag was made. 1, 2. No joy. Clothesline there by Tommaso. He's picking up Axiom. Got him up. Bah, double knees. Axiom goes down. 1, 2. Well, it must be these two that are the legal men then. Referee certainly believes so. Chaos. Carnage. The ref has lost who the legal man is. Yes, it is chaos. But you expect that from these matches, don't you? Crowd certainly don't mind. They're chanting this is awesome as we go to commercial break. Picture in picture time, said Beast Mode. Another ad. Damn America, you crazy, said Blake. This is it. That's what's done it. Blake has snapped. That ad break is enough now for him to come to the realization that America is pretty crazy. That's what did it. Chop coming in there by Tommaso. This crowd was no reactions. What's forever, said Blue Wheel Sonic. Well, they were just chanting, "This is awesome." They were chanting, "This is awesome" for this match. Rest of the night, I can't comment, but LB said Walker's, Toblerone, or Flake. What if you're going to give me one, what would I have, mate? That's easy. I don't think anyone would answer, would they, wholeheartedly, anything other than Toblerone? Would they? Because flakes are really small, and they're just chocolate. I mean, for me, a flake it's chocolate. There's nothing else to it. You put it in an ice cream. I would put it, in an ice cream. I'd have a flake. I'd have, one of those ice creams on a cone. You put a flake in that for a bit of chocolate, for a bit of a chocolate hit. But I wouldn't just sit and eat a flake. I sort of feel like I need something else with it, like with the Snickers, you're getting caramel, you're getting peanuts. Yeah. Nougat. Yeah, but just a flake on its own? No, thanks. Walkers, well, I think in America they called Lay's chips. We have Walkers crisps. And it's obviously ready salted, salt and vinegar, cheese and onion. We have prawn cocktail flavour over here as well, which I don't think you have in America. They're all right. I don't mind them. I've never been a crisps guy, really, to be honest. So to me, it's it's an easy answer. It's Toblerone. Toblerone tends to be a bit bigger, nice chocolate, and there tends to be something in there. I mean, it's not just chocolate, is it? Is there like little nuts or something in there? I don't actually know what's in there. But there's more going on than you get in a flake. More going on than you get in a flake, so it's, for me, Toblerone. Plus, Toblerones are expensive. More expensive than a flake or a bag of crisps. So, do you know what I mean? Just from a financial point of view, it makes sense to get the Toblerone. If you're hard of money, like you're struggling for money, and someone gives you a free item, do you want a Toblerone, do you want a bag of crisps, or do you want a flake? Take the Toblerone because the resale value is much higher. It's much higher. You'll get more if you sell it on the black market. There we go. Drop kick there by Chris Sabin. You've always got to think about the black market. Daze always looking for those dollars, said Sean. Brony said Dubai chocolates. Yeah, do you know, we bought a Dubai chocolate from the Egypt airport. They had it absolutely everywhere. Tried it. It was okay. I didn't mind it. It was all right. But to be honest, I don't think it's the proper one. Because the chocolate was a bit thin and the filling was a bit thin. The ones that I've seen online where people make their own, really thick chocolate and really thick filling. I want to try one of them. I want to try one of those Dubai chocolates that is like, do you know what I mean? A chunk of slab that's got a bit of something to it. We've got one from the airport, and it was quite thin, actually. And it gave you an idea of what it tasted like. It's pistachio, isn't it? Pistachio filling. It was nice. It was good. Not down on it. It's nice. I understand the appeal. 1, Chomper, 2. Ray Phoenix makes the save. Ray Phoenix makes the save. Saudi chocolates were cheap. I saw Lindt do a Dubai-style chocolate for $14.99. I think it was £8 what we paid at the airport, which is probably about $10. Something like that. And it wasn't very thick. It wasn't... Yeah. God only knows what a proper one would cost you. Like a real thick... Like the kind of ones that, you know, you see on TikTok or whatever. People that have made them and themselves at home. I saw someone making one. They had like the filling all in a bowl. It's like really thick. I was like, oh mate, I want to. Oh, that looks amazing. 1, 2. Tommaso almost getting the pin on Andrade. He's managed to get Andrade. Oh, Johnny super kicks Tommaso by mistake. Andrade, back elbow. Johnny to the outsides. Johnny to the outsides. Here's Rey Fenix. Phoenix goes over the top to the outside, lands on Johnny. Andrade plants Tommaso. 1, 2, 3, and it is Andrade and Rey Fenix that win this match. They are a really good team. That's going to be a real problem for the Wyatt Six. If the Wyatt Six are going to beat these, they might have to do some cheating again. They might have to do some dirty cheating again. There we go. Rey Fenix and Andrade secure the victory. Fun match, bonkers match. Depends how much you care about rules. If you're a stickler for rules, you might have struggled with that last match. But if you don't give a flip, yeah, because you're a rule breaker, then you probably enjoyed it. Alexa Bliss, Roxanne Perez next week. The most predictable match in the history of wrestling. Right, also, guys, next week, Jelly Roll. We got Randy, Jelly Roll, Drew, and Logan. Oh, come in. Oh, there's Cody Rhodes with some glasses on. Look at him. Look at him. Nice. There is Cody making his way down to the ring. Monday. What's happening Monday? The OTC. Yeah, man. I tell you what, Raw's going to be big on Monday, isn't it? Knowing that the OTC is back. Yes, mate. Yes, mate. Right, Daze, I thought the attacker was going to be Naomi getting her suitcase scooter back said take a 1990. Yeah, I think that would have been a good shout, actually, if Naomi had got involved. Could have been a good shout. The only thing is, though, who was attacked? It was Solo that was attacked. I suppose she is Jimmy's wife. He is with Jacob, but she's a heel. So you've got a heel helping a face against a heel. It's a good shout, though. I mean, they could have gone that way. Street Profits interfere and turn heel or DIY interfere, said Justin. Daze, let's make use of butthole as an ice cream dish. He makes the best chocolate ice cream. Oh, Daze lets me use his butthole as an ice cream dish. Jesus Christ, how big do you think? William, I've never asked you this. How big do you think my butthole is? If you think it can be used as an ice cream dish. I mean, you might be able to get one scoop in there, but I'm not sure that you're going to enjoy, like, several different flavours. Except, well, you probably would have several different flavours, but, like, you wouldn't get lots of scoops in there, if you know what I mean. Well, I don't know, I'll give it a go. I'll report back on Monday. Kader, thank you, William, thank you. Kader said, LSW, if you don't put that wrestler on the show, me and my friend Mark will stop watching. Yes. Classic line. That actually popped up on a members quiz the other day. The me and my friend Mark will stop watching line. Austin said it's big enough to fit a horse's dong in it. Austin just talking about his butthole now, which, I don't know. I don't feel like we need to go down those roads. We don't need to go down those roads. Daze, do you think that Wyatt will make it to the SummerSlam card? Well, it's not looking good at the moment, is it? We've just had a number one contenders match. And so, you know, you would think that they might announce that match now for SummerSlam, but they haven't. So unless there's going to be skullduggery and then that leads to the SummerSlam match. But at the moment, it's no sign of them being added. Right, we're going down some water. It looks lovely, that, doesn't it? That looks great. Here we go. Here we go. Guys, oh my God. Contract signing. Contract signing. SummerSlam. Contract signing. The American Nightmare. Yeah, now, what reactions are people getting? Big cheer, but is that piped in? Big cheer, or is that piped in? Everyone's got their phones out. And out of control. Cody making his way down to the ring. Like whoa. Okay, Cody Rhodes making his way down, and the reaction seems okay for him. Honestly, seems fine. There was that bad reaction, wasn't there, just before we got to WrestleMania and then at WrestleMania. I wonder what's in that contract. He said, "Is it got what I was wanting in the app?" It's all in there. So I wonder if there's any little cheeky stipulation in there. Dun, dun, dun. Bro's already crying, said Porky Pig. It's not a contract signing. It's under the same roof, said Rich. Well, it's both, innit? It's a contract signing under the same roof. Here we go. Handshake to Adam Pearce as we're not bringing out Cena yet. It looks like Cody's going to say a few words. He's got the microphone. Signs the contracts. Done. That's it. San Antonio. San Antonio. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? You're making me feel like a Texan. My father was a Texan. My brother a Texan. And all I ever wanted to be was just like them. Okay. Don't flinch. Thank you for riding with me. Don't flinch. Thank you for riding with me. He did put that out on social media. That might have been for me, the do not flinch line. Just sitting here watching the show, reading chats. I randomly imagine James in a skimpy bikini, says William. I think we all have, to be honest. Rich said they won't break a table or anything. Leave your old tropes behind. This is under the same roof, says Rich. Okay, so Cody's just talking about how he has not flinched. But he did flinch at WrestleMania. I did flinch at WrestleMania 41 against one of the most beloved members or wrestlers of our sport, John Cena. Just listening to the reaction there. And actually, the fans are chanting Cody. Adam Pearce in the background's like, wow, wow, wow. I understand. I know. Mr. Pierce, if you will. Okay, so John Cena coming out. So Cody's basically saying, I sent a tweet out. I didn't really mean anything by it. I just said, don't flinch. And that was more for me because I did flinch at WrestleMania. It's like, cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. Here's John Cena, though. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're well, buds. I bet you Cody Rhodes' neck tattoo, that table is 100% getting broken tonight, said Sean. I am not taking that bit. The last time is now. I do like that shirt that he's wearing. If I was a Texan, I would probably enjoy it a bit more. I don't like the door on the back, though. Don't need that. I'd rather it just be a plain... I don't really feel like I need anything on the back of a shirt. I don't need people trying to read what is on the back of my shirt as I'm leaving a pub or something. I don't need anything on the back. Yeah, you pay attention to the front. I don't need you paying attention to the back, right? You pay attention to the front. That's my mantra. John Cena in the ring. John Cena sucks, says Tom. Cut the music. Cut the music. Cena's out. Cut the music. Tell me that now. Hold on a second. Championship. Hold on. Bad news. Bad news. Bad news. He's not going to be at SummerSlam. Jesus Christ. It's not a SummerSlam breaking. I need to do a video, guys. He's doing a big movie. Yeah. Right, we need to do a video. He's exhausted. Yeah. He's got a movie. You earned a rematch. You'll get your rematch. Paris. Perp. Look, Cody's like... There's no way. Okay. Well, I think that's fair, to be honest with you. We're all upset. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Okay, well, thank you, John. Thank you, bud. No worries. Yeah, we'll do it in Paris. It's fine. Yeah. So what should we do with Cody, guys? What should we do with Cody? Best for business. Best for business. It's a pickle. It's a pickle. Ah, God. What do we do? Let's just bring Brock back. Let's just bring Brock back. We'll bring Brock back. We'll do Brock, Cody. We can do an interim belt. What's going on, says Cody. Cody, he just told you he can't do it. Come on, sign it, Cody. Stop being unreasonable. He's just explained it. I thank you so much, says John. It's fine. I mean, I'm going to be watching Paris anyway. Just got to wait a little longer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Good night. Good night, John. Fair play. He could have just submitted a video, but he's actually got in the ring. I think that's fair play. This is a heel move in my mind from Cody. Shots coming in there by Cody. Cody unload him on John Cena as he was just walking away into the side of the ring. Cody with John. John hurling Cody into the ring steps. Right now, smashing Cody into those ring steps. Chucking him back into the ring. Just go, John. Just go. Get your plane. Pick up your belt. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. He's going back to the ring. John getting into the ring. Cody over by the table. John gonna nail him. Duck underneath there by Cody. Kick coming in. And again. Cody with that belt. Just like WrestleMania. He didn't do it then, but he does it now. Cody Rhodes nails John Cena with the championship. Cody has signed the contract. Cena says he can't or he won't. Apparently he's busy. But right now, John, on this contract table, what's he going to do? He's nailed him with the championship. He's going to the outsides. Can't he, like, get his hand, put the pen in and, like, do that? Cody up top. Bah! Cody with a splash. Puts Cena through the table. He's getting the pen. Is he going to do it? Oh, go on. Go on. Yes. Yes. He gets the pen in Cena's hand. I think that's legally binding. I don't think anyone's going to have any problems with that. There we go. The contract is signed. Oh. What is it? Street fights! Street fights! Well, that'll probably come back to bite Cody on the ass, but there we go. It's going to be anything goes. Plenty of opportunity for Travis Scott to get involved. But it's a street fight! It's a street fight! We are set. We are 2 weeks away. Oh my, what's going to happen with the film? What's going to happen with the film? John Cena's got other commitments and Netflix know about it, but now he's got signed a contract whilst he's passed out. God, he's going to be livid when he realises what he's done. He's going to be livid when he comes round and realises that he signed a contract that he shouldn't have signed because he's got other commitments. That was actually quite reckless from John Cena. He should not have done that. He should not have signed that if he's got other commitments. Cena bleeding. This is bad. Cena has flopped. 16 dates left. Scrap them. Cena makes it all worse now, said Seska. Street fight! So there we go. It's not fun. I mean, nonsense. I mean, absolute nonsense from start to finish with that. Cena trying to desperately convince us that he's got another project and he can't actually make it to SummerSlam is like, cool story, bro. But do you know what? I was sports entertained. That's what that is. It's one of those where you go, yeah, this is a bit silly, but are you sports entertained? And the answer is a resounding yes. A resounding yes. Grant said, call me crazy, but I don't think that's legally binding. Well, Grant, joke's on you because actually if you sign a contract, it is legally binding. Yeah. And so John Cena has signed that contract. And there is no way out of that now. Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely is not legally binding, but in the wrestling world that we live in, it definitely will be. Carl said the only miss on that finish was Cody missing Cena by about a foot on hitting him with the belts. Details, schmetails. Aaron said John Cena is woeful. I'm sorry, Daze. Aaron, you don't have to apologise to me. I have no relationship with John Cena. He's a flop now. He is making the Fed much worse, says Aaron. Loca said, I think that Naomi should be the one that takes Cena down. WrestleRant said, Cena legit does the absolute bare minimum when these promos. He just shows up, says bare minimum and leaves. Hey, do you know what? That's another Cena appearance done. Gone. That was it. That's another one done. Click. It's another one gone. I don't even know what we're down to now, but yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another John Cena appearance gone. We're getting closer. George said Rock is going to show up at SummerSlam and not WrestleMania. I spent the money on the wrong show. There are rumours that he may show up at SummerSlam, actually. Black Onyx said 4 out of 10, 2 stars. We choose to not notice mistakes, says Blake O2. Yes. We acknowledge them. We're like, we see them, we acknowledge them, but we just have to ask ourselves, are we sports entertained? Are we sports entertained? Are we willing to accept them? And we do, to be honest. We do. So, yeah, we might have missed him by a mile with the belts. I thought the splash was a bit of a weird choice as well, you know? Of, like, things to do. He's put him on a table and he's, like, splashed him through the table, which is fine. It's just, I don't know, I'm so used to seeing someone getting, like, a spine buster. You know what I mean? Normally you'd pick them up and, like, drive them through the table that way. Not put them on the table, climb up top and do, like, a bit of a splash. But it's fine. It was all right. Nice little street fight thing. But as I said, I'm pretty sure that's going to come back to haunt Cody. I'm pretty sure he's gone and shot himself in the foot there. I don't know that that's a great thing that he's just done for himself. But you know what? Some big stars involved. A big juicy segment. And certainly something that felt like it was worth watching. So for me, something that would add to the score. In what was largely a skippable show, in my opinion. I mean, I think the tag match is fun. I think the ending of this show is really all you need to see. The Jacob arresting, all that sort of stuff, that was pretty fun. But I don't know that there was anything else here that you needed to see. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the feedback's like, see how people score this. Feedback required. What did... You can leave your feedback on my X account. I'm just going to put the feedback thing up now. What did you think about WWE Smackdown? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I've put 3 question marks. I'm living dangerous. So there we go. That is up now. You can leave your feedback. I'm going to need to run away in a second, so because I've got Unseen to do. I've got so much to do. So much to do. Days with SummerSlam coming up. You can't pick SummerSlam 92. What is your favourite SummerSlam? Favorite SummerSlam if we don't include 92. I think a lot of people regard 2002 as being like a really good one. Was that the Rock Brock one? And Sean but coming back. I think like I would look at something like that. I have always had a soft spot for 2005. Mainly because I got asked this the other day about what was your favourite, like, I think Ruthless Aggression type pay-per-view. And obviously there's lots of WrestleManias you could name, whatever. But I remember breaking my ankle in 2005. I've told that story before. I was working in a shop. It was a sale. They said, we've got 3 hula skirts or whatever. First to get them can wear them. So I went running down the corridor because I was like, oh, mate, I'm down for a bit of a laugh. You know, at work, I'll have one of them. So I went running down, wet floor, slipped over, went crashing into the wall, and that was me done. I was out for the summer. That was me done. Broken ankle, on crutches, done. All because I was trying to get a hula skirt. Very proud. And so, basically I spent the summer of 2005 is one of the greatest summers I have ever had and maybe ever will have. Because I was getting paid by work. They paid whilst I was off for a couple of months. I think I missed like 2-3 months, but so they paid. It was the summer as well. And I always remember I was seeing a girl at the time. And we went to Butlins, which is like a holiday park. So you kind of go there and you rent a room. And they've got like a entertainment centre. Like where you go and there's a bar and an arcade and a cinema and a bowling alley and all this sort of stuff. And you can go for walks on the beach or, you know, they have entertainment and all this. WWE have been there a few times. They used to go there quite a bit, actually. So you'd be able to go rent a room and, you know, then go watch WWE, go to the arcade, go to the bowling alley, go for some drinks, have a meal, go for a walk in the local area. It's all by the sea. You know, it's like a holiday park thing. And I remember going there and the bar was showing SummerSlam 2000. I remember sitting there with a broken ankle, being paid, not having to worry about going to work, being at Butlins, right? So I could watch, you know, go there cinema, watch films. I could do whatever, right? I was just having, weather was great. And I just remember watching like Shawn Michaels Hogan, how bonkers that was. And just watching that SummerSlam, I was in a really good headspace. My ankle was not in a good place, but I was just loving life. I was just in a great place. Honestly, I think that really added to my enjoyment. I can't think of SummerSlam 2005 without thinking of everything that goes with it. And so like that has a real soft spot for me. So, if I can't say, obviously 92, the one at Wembley, there's a few kind of around the early 2000s that really, really come to mind. And honestly, I'd have to say that one with Brock and the Tractor as well, if you want one more recently. I was doing UFC at the time. It was on at the exact same time. They had UFC on at the exact same time as SummerSlam. And I did UFC. Tommy did SummerSlam, I think on his channel or the web channel. And I remember looking at what was happening, but going, what the flip? I was missing out on Brock and the Tractor, and Bayley had come back, and I think Becky and Bianca had just wrestled a fantastic match to open up that show. And it was a really great SummerSlam, that was. Certainly that main event with Brock and the Tractor, really great. Really great. So I got a few there that I really like. That sounds good, said Thomas. Oh, it was, mate, honestly. It was. Hopefully you lot are doing whatever you can do to have as great a summer as you can have this summer. Go out, treat yourself. Do you know what I mean? Go to some places, live your lives. I love summers. I wish what I had done is actually written down every year of my life what I have done each summer. Just summers. Just the summers. I don't really care about everything else because, like, when it's cold, you just tend to stay in, really. But in the summers where you could go to festivals or you can go to gigs or you can go out with your mates in beer gardens or go to Butlins or go to cricket like I've done in recent years or go out with family. I went out with family last summer. Caught up with some family and we went out in Birmingham, had a messy night, but a great night. And, yeah, you know, I just need to try and this year I've done what? I've been to cricket and I've done Oasis this year. I'm doing all right this year. But yeah, I hope you lot are having good summers as well. You got to make the most of your time on this planet of ours. AJ said Alexa and Charlotte could win the women's tag titles at SummerSlam. They really could, but they could. Leo said is that not what wrestling is about, though? Not necessarily the pay-per-views, but just that time in your life where you've watched and the feeling that goes with it, says Leo. Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose it's what you want to talk about, really. I mean, if you want to talk about actual in-ring, what was the best, you know, the most talking points and all of that, that's one way of looking at it. But I think James's question is, like, what's your favourite? And so I think if you're going to go from that point of view, you are bringing in some other elements. And I think, like, you know, I can't think about WrestleMania 30 without thinking of watching that live in a pub in Southampton at, like, 2, 3 in the morning and being in a room as people are absolutely stunned as the streak comes to an end. You know, I mean, like, that goes with that show for me. And I can't think about, like, 2005 without being at Butlins, watching the show on a screen in a pub, like, late at night, because it was open really late. I think they were doing a special showing for it. And so I was there, and, like, you know, you could, as I said, there was arcades, it was just like all this stuff you could go and do as well. I was like, I ain't got work the next day. I was just, oh God, it was amazing. Yeah, I think you can kind of go through life. I can go through my life, and, like, wrestling is so associated. So many moments that I can think of that connect with wrestling throughout my life. Obviously, and all the channel stuff we do as well. But yeah, those memories, man, they're special, aren't they? I hope, as I said, you lot are making those memories. WrestleLandy said, what's the longest period you went without watching it? Don't know, mate. I would say probably a month or something like that. Month or two. Probably the longest I went without watching. But even then, I would have kept up with results. So, yeah, I mean, it was hard when I first started work. That was the like, I would actually say 03, 04 is probably really difficult for me. That's really difficult because I've just started work. I really want to get somewhere with work. And, you know, those first years of just getting your head down, just working, that's really challenging. I think after that, it eases up a bit. But, yeah, I'd say that was where life probably got in the way the most, was during that period. Maybe a little bit during, like, 99, 2000, because I'm doing, like, going out with mates at that point. So, you know, I've never been someone that's like, if a load of mates want to go out for a night out, I've never turned around and gone, oh, I can't actually, I think you'll find it's Backlash tonight. I've never done that because in my mind, you know, I can always catch up with the shows. I think the great thing about my life is that I actually didn't have loads of people that watch wrestling, so I didn't need to worry about spoilers. As long as I caught the show at some point in my own kind of time, it didn't really matter when I watched it. I just needed to make sure that I saw it. So, you know, there was times where I set the video recorder to record things whilst I'm out and whatever. I mean, it's messy because sometimes I've got access to shows, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm work commitments, sometimes I'm out with friends. But I don't think I ever went like a long period without watching. Certainly not like years and years. No way. No way. It's months. But I know of people that stepped away for years and end up coming back. I think there's quite a few people that have done that have stepped away for years and end up coming back to wrestling. The wrestling to me is very much like a comfort blanket. It's there. It's dependable. It's reliable. There's a satisfaction with it. Like, it's just, if life is going wrong for you and you don't, you're just like, I just don't know where to turn. Do you know what? On a regular basis, you can sit down and you can watch a show that's going to be a distraction, that's going to entertain. It might frustrate at times, but, there's going to be some stuff in there that's going to, distract and you're going to find entertaining. And the thing with WWE is if you watch on a Monday, there's another show on a Tuesday. You could watch Evolve if you want to. There's flipping YouTube channels that have got back catalogue matches galore. I mean, depending on what you've seen or whatever, I mean, you can consume as much or as little as you want when it comes to pro wrestling. And even if you just want to watch the new stuff, I mean, you got Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, a lot of weekends in 2025. It's just always there. The story's always moving forward. It's, do you know what I mean? If you're someone that's struggling with money, as we all do, and you can't afford to go out like for nights out as much, how about a show with a story and characters that's just on all the time? I can understand why if you're an adult, you come back to it because it's always there. It's something to, step away from, like you can step into and out of whatever problems you've got going on in your actual life. I totally understand it. I think it's why I've never left. I think it's why it's always been a part of my life. It's just always been a constant. It's just always been, I suppose in a way, a support. It feels a bit like a support. Whatever's going wrong in life, you can always rely on that. Maybe not always. 2019 sucked. 2019 sucked. And you know what? 1995 was not a walk in the park. So maybe not always, but a lot of the time you can. Joel said, I don't know what to think about this year in wrestling. What about you? I think it's a step down. I don't think it's a disaster. I think when we look back on this time period, we'll talk about the post-pandemic kind of boom. The Bloodline and the TKO purchase, Vince stepping away, Roman, Cody finishing his story, CM Punk coming back. I think we'll talk about that 3-year period of like when fans came back to the moment that we get to say 2025. But I think 2025 will be seen as like a bit of a dip down, be seen as a year that's not as good. We're not going to know how we look back on this time period until we really know how the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years go. Because if they pick it all back up again, this will be nothing more than a blip. 2025 will just be a little blip. It'll just be, it wasn't as good as the others, but like, oh man, that led us to 2026, 2027, 2028. So it's hard to know. Is what we're seeing now the start of the decline? And actually 2026 is going to take us down lower? Or, it's going to just keep us low? Or actually, is this a dip where we go back up again, It's why it's really hard to say how this is going to be looked at. I definitely feel, watching what I'm watching, that this is a decline on what we've had. But how bad is this? Does it keep going down for the rest of the year in 2026? Or are we right back in the mix again? Because if it's right back in the mix, I promise you, this will just be looked at as just, that was a little blip. There's no problem. There was still some good stuff that was happening, but I think they just struggled a little bit because the Bloodline ended. And so, Roman, they were having to try and find what that next big story was going to be. So, there's just a little year in there where it's just a little bit off. But, oh, man, they found their feet in 2026. I mean, it might be spoken about in that regard. So, yeah, it's a dip down, but How bad of a dip? We don't quite know yet. Right, I think we're done. I need to run away. Let me just answer this, though. Black Onyx said, if you was to create a male and female match using anyone from the past and present, what kind of match? Well, I mean, I've always wanted to see Undertaker Sting. Always wanted to see Undertaker versus Sting. And actually, I don't feel that stipulation matches necessarily make matches better. Like Cody has just said, we're going to have a street fight. That's not making me more excited for that match. If anything, I'm thinking, oh, you've probably shot yourself in the foot there, you boomer. You've probably really screwed yourself over there. Because all of a sudden now, we could have Rock get involved. We could have Travis get involved. It's a street fight. It's no DQ. You're going up against John Cena in a match where Cena clearly is struggling in matches. You know, he's not as good as he used to be. One-on-one match should mean that Cody wins. And actually, I think Cody would have won at WrestleMania if it wasn't for Travis getting involved. So a one-on-one match in ring, it should be that Cody wins. But actually, what he's gone and done has been now, how about we do a match, but you can have anyone you want get involved? That's basically what he's just said to John Cena. I mean, as a thought process, it's really stupid from Cody. It's really stupid as a thought process. So sometimes stipulations don't necessarily make matches better. They just help creative get out of situations. They just help creative kind of find a different way forwards. So for me, Undertaker Sting, you could make it a Boiler Room Brawl match. You could make it a Buried Alive match. You could make it a Casket match. You can do everything you want, but best match I've seen in WWE is Undertaker Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 25. It's the best match I've seen. It's my favourite match. And that was a normal match. It was one-on-one. Normal match. So I don't think I would need Undertaker Sting to have any shenanigans. I think I'd just want them going one-on-one. And it's the match I always hoped to see. And in a way, it's probably right that I don't see it because I think those two are mysterious characters. And actually, I suppose always wondering how that match would have gone and always wondering, like, you know, what if we did it and it just underwhelmed? What if we did it and it wasn't quite what we hoped? Whereas now it can sort of be a what if forever, can't it? So that would be the one that would come to my mind first of all. It was the match I always wanted, Undertaker versus Sting. Right, I'm gone. Okay, thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support. We're back tomorrow for the boxing. Pop. And we're also back on Sunday for Slammiversary. We're back on Monday for Raw, Tuesday for NXT, Wednesday for Evolve. It's non-stop. It really is non-stop. So I'm going to go off and do the opinions. I'm going to go off and do Unseen. And I will catch you again next time. Bye for now.